Hello, hello, everyone. We're going to get started in about 4 minutes, okay? So go ahead, get a drink of water, stay hydrated, use the restroom, pet your dog, and I will see you shortly. Oh my gosh. Hi, Electrics. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Hey, no worries, Electrics. Yeah, no problem at all. We are going to practice some API work tonight. I feel like a lot of folks want to see that, and that won the Twitter poll. So I'm perfectly cool with that. I'm actually pretty excited about what we're building tonight. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little app that we're going to be building. It's neat that we're going to start to get into the practical stuff, like apps that like the app that we're building tonight. Like I'm planning to turn this into something that maybe I could use every single day or every time I go to the grocery store. So I'm super pumped for this. Oh, awesome, Electrics. I'm so glad you figured out Get. Good. Hi, Chanpa. Awesome. Hi, Mel. Hi, D Hightower. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We'll get started in about a minute. Hey, Cal Sapphire. How's my audio quality? Does it sound okay? I've got my microphone in a slightly different position so that I don't have to sit very awkwardly. Sounds good? Okay, good. And this time, I promise I'm going to try not to let my dog literally knock my laptop off the table and cause a massive, like, banging noise in everybody's ears. That's the goal, anyway. We'll see how it goes. Oh, we got a bot. It's a sign of success, right? Start getting bots in the chat. Oh, Brooke, no, it's totally fine. I was just making sure that my microphone sounded okay. That I just had my microphone in a slightly different position this time. So, all right, here we go. Sunday crew checking in. Holla, holla. Hello. Hi, hi, hi. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to switch screens here. Hello, Pink Star. Hello. Oh my gosh, here comes the views. Here they come. All right. Yes. All right. So I'm switching screens here. So you should be able to see my VS Code window on the left and the completed app on the right there. And so what this app is for, and I'm just going to reload it here so we get back to the main screen. Hey, Honda, how's it going? All right. So what we're doing here is basically what we're building tonight is an app that can check taking a product or taking a barcode from a product at the grocery store, 12-digit barcode, and what it brings back is a picture of the product name, and also each ingredient and whether or not that ingredient is vegetarian. And this is relevant to me just because I am vegetarian. I've been vegetarian for about a decade now. And it's gotten a lot easier in the past few years where more and more products are, explicitly saying, vegetarian or something like that. And oh, hey, Rascal, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. It's gotten a lot easier in the past few years to products are declaring themselves vegetarian or vegan or what have you. But it's still sometimes pretty hard to tell just by looking at a product whether or not it's going to be vegetarian. For example, you pull a can of vegetable soup off the shelf at the grocery store, and it says vegetable soup, but then you flip it around, read the label, and it turns out it's got beef broth or chicken fat in it. And so what this app is gonna do is gonna make it so you don't have to read through 2-point font on the ingredient list and figure out whether or not it's actually vegetarian. So that's what we're gonna do. But the cool thing about this app um, is that yeah, Lise knows what I'm talking about. Yep, yep, yep. Rita, you should be able to adjust the stream quality, so you should be able to adjust that down if you're having trouble with your stream quality. Um, let's see what I was going to say. But yeah, so that's what we're doing. But the cool thing about this is that this API is pretty flexible. And so if you have, let's say you're vegan, or maybe you have some kind of an allergen or sensitivity, this API will actually allow you to pull that kind of information as well. And so you can just make some very simple modifications to this app, and you'll be able to configure it for whatever your needs are. Or maybe you want, an ingredient list with calorie counts or macronutrient data, and you can get that as well. Um, well, well, that might be an interesting challenge. It's completely up to you. If that's what you want to spend your channel points on, you go for it, my friend. Okay. And I'm just going to show you real quick how it works. So I have a few barcodes already written into a notepad on my other screen. So I am going to paste in a barcode. And so this is just a standard 12-digit UPC barcode. This is a US barcode. The barcodes may be different in other countries. So, take a look maybe at your barcodes on your products if you're not from the US, and see how many digits they have. But we're going to put in this 12-digit barcode, standard UPC, and say get value. And you see what we get back is a picture of the item, the name of the item, as well as a complete list of all the ingredients and whether or not those ingredients are vegetarian. So we got all yeses, then a couple unknowns. That's not too unexpected. And then let's also look at one that isn't vegetarian. And this it was kind of funny. I actually had to kind of scour my cupboards for something that had a non-vegetarian ingredient with it in it. But I did find one. I found a can of soup that my dad left the last time he was here, and so we'll put that in. Oh yeah, and actually, Rascal, I mentioned that. That's the end goal for this, is that I want to link this with a barcode, with a barcode scanner, and turn it into a mobile app so that I literally want to use this. I'm going to take this to the store and be scanning stuff. This is for me. This isn't just a demo app like I normally do. This is for me. So this is a can of Progresso beef and vegetable soup. And so we pull it back and we see what we get is we get a picture of the item, tells us what the name of the item is, and then ingredient list. Now we can clearly see like the first ingredient, obviously beef broth, not vegetarian, right? And so that clearly flags it as not vegetarian. And what I think is hilarious is that this like long beef description is marked as unknown. Apparently it's unclear whether it's even meat. But down here we can see beef fat, beef extract, beef broth, all those things are marked as no's. And so this is exactly what I want this to do. And so, yeah, it's a fairly simple app, but I think it's really cool and can be really flexible depending on what you want it to do. Yeah, and let's see, I'm making sure I didn't miss anything here. You save it for the cat cam. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. And what this is kind of cool too, because in my streams I like to kind of do some review, maybe some slightly like deep cuts on things that we maybe haven't touched in a while. And one of those things, especially for me, was tables in HTML. How long has it been since you have put a table in your HTML? Because for me, it's been a long time, and I really had to remember how to do that. And the additional complication was generating a table based on the JavaScript that you get back from the API. So it's a table of varying length, and that makes it even wilder. Um, oh, did you use the Cocktail API? Did you use a table for that? Oh, and Woven, you've been wanting to do something like this for the nutritional facts. Yeah, example calorie counting. Exactly. I think that might be a little bit more applicable for those who aren't vegetarian and vegan. Um, but yeah. So okay, so let's take a look at how we're going to do this. What the API that we are going to the API that we're going to pull this information from. Um, and Alice used the table for the calculator numbers in the push project. Okay, very cool, very cool. That's definitely one way to do it. Certainly. Um, yeah, Rascal, nice. Okay, so I'm going to pull up the API that we're going to be using. 2 seconds. Get it here. Drag it over. So this is the Open Food Facts API. And this API, I think it's pretty cool because it's truly a world API, and so it's not just like a US based, API. So if you should be able to use it from pretty much anywhere in the world, with different barcode systems or different, product descriptions or different. Even I know that other countries track nutritional facts in a different way than the US does. So hopefully you'll be able to find, if you're looking for nutritional info, hopefully you'll be able to find something that's localized to your area based on the barcode. So that's the theory anyway. And yeah, so you can definitely just search this. You can search this manually. So like if I search for Nutella, I can do a search and it'll bring back a ton of results from, all over the world, different types of nutrition facts, tons of entries. I can also search for a barcode. So I'm going to grab one of my barcodes off my barcode list, sorry. So let's just grab that Progresso soup barcode again. So if I type that in and search, I can search it that way, and that brings back, just a single result for the 12-digit UPC, US UPC. And oh, and thank you, Dakota, for sharing that URL. Yeah. And so yeah, grab the URL from the chat there. That Dakota kindly pasted in, and you can visit it yourself. Now, but obviously, like our app can't use the web page in the way that we can, right? Excuse me, I'm going to hydrate. My mouth is a little dry. There we go. Much better. And it looks like also you can filter by country here too. So if you're curious to see whether or not there's information for your country, you can probably do that as well. Oh, thanks, Ryan. I'm going to hydrate again. Okay. But obviously, we can't use this for our app, right? We need JSON. So what we're going to need instead is basically we just need the URL that we can hit to get the pure JSON output. So I'm honestly trying to remember how I got there. I mean, I can give you the URL to fill in. I'm trying to remember exactly how I got there. I have the JSON, but I don't remember. Well, I'll give you the URL anyway, and you can essentially substitute the barcode in to the URL. I'll put it in chat, and you can get it from there. Hi, Honda. Oh, bottom left, data API and SDKs. Thank you, Rascal. Yeah, so here we go. Data API and SDKs. And yeah, I'm remembering this now. JSON format. Here we go. Yeah. That's the whole database though. I just want the oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. That's right. So I'll shoot you guys this. Thank you for that, Rascal. I honestly couldn't remember how I got there. So I pasted the URL in the chat there. Scroll down till you get to like the live JSON API section. And you can see it gives you an example example URL, and it says, URL to read data for a product is essentially https world.openfoodfacts.org/API VO product, paste the barcode in there, and then .json. So that's it. And so if we look at this example, here's what it gives us. Holy moly cannoli, right? What even is that? That's a lot, isn't it? And that's partially why I chose this API, because there's a lot going on. And at first, easy read. And at first, it looks like, how can we even do anything with this? You thought something broke. Yeah, it almost looks like an error message, doesn't it? Time for a JSON viewer. Well, thank you. Since you bring that up, essentially we're going to look at it in the browser. We're going to take a look at what we get back, and the browser actually kind of formats it for us and makes it a lot easier to dig through to figure out exactly what we want to get. So Chrome will actually do that for us, fortunately. Yeah, so we've got you can grab, the sample barcode here, and we can use that. We're going to use that as the basis for pulling literally everything. So I'm going to close this up for now. You don't even really need, well, I'm sure that you can get an extension for it, but Chrome actually does that for us. Chrome will format the JSON for us in the console. And I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. That's a lot, I know. But it's okay. We're going to work through it together. So let's go ahead and, normally I like to start with the HTML and CSS, but let's just look at, let's pull from the API, and let's do a little bit in the console first. And then we'll actually once we figure out what information we want and need, and maybe how to get that information, then we'll start dumping it into the DOM. So we're gonna mix things up a little bit here. All right, so this is just the bare bones of the app. We haven't really fleshed it out yet, but let's start with our JavaScript here. So what I've pulled up on screen right here is essentially, this is literally the template that Leon gave us in class to pull stuff, whatever we want, to pull stuff from an API, right? Oh, hi, Uber. Thank you. Thank you. I have a lot of fun doing these streams. I'm glad you're enjoying them. And this is literally Leon's template. I haven't changed a thing. So let's just grab this bad boy and plonk it into our JavaScript. All right, so simple function. We're going to call it manually from the DOM, or from the console. I'm sorry. And obviously we want to replace the URL, right? So can you send it in chat? Jane Nunez, you can just grab it from the Discord. Leon put it in the follow along materials. You can just grab it from the Discord. Yeah. Go to the follow along materials channel in Discord, and you can grab it from there. Yeah. Okay. Good deal. So let's switch out the URL. Yeah, and it's titled API template. Yep, exactly. That's the one. Yeah, and right. It is in the zip folder that Leon provided. It's called API template. Yep. Thanks guys for sharing that information. And let's see. I'm thinking, and we're also going to modify this a little bit too, to allow us. I just want us to essentially pass in our choice directly by calling the function. So I'm going to change this a little bit away from a query selector, and just to allow us to just put it straight in. So we're going to pass in a parameter here of, it's going to be choice, I don't know. And well, I don't want to call that. Let's do user input, and we're going to pass that in, and we're going to use that user input. I know this looks a little weird for now, but it'll make more sense once we actually get it into HTML format. And then we're going to substitute out our URL. So I just need to grab that. 1 second. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. Okay, I'm getting my URL, and essentially what I want to do is I want to, I'm going to word wrap this. There we go. We want to essentially have our URL and then drop our user input or our choice directly into that URL. So it's going to drop those 12 digits directly into the URL. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hit that URL with a fetch command. So it's going to navigate to that URL. It's going to get some JSON back. And then all this example is doing is it's going to console log whatever we get back. So that's all we're going to do for now. All we're doing is we're hitting that URL and we're going to see what we get. And that's literally how I started this project. Is I said, I want to look at that JSON data that's in the World Food API, and I just want to see what's there and see what I want to use. So let's try this and see if we can. I'm just going to copy this. See if we can call it directly from the console. And I will say I'm winging this a little bit. I didn't call it directly from the console, so y'all get to be my beta testers here. Get fetch, and we're gonna pass in, I'm gonna pass in one of my barcodes that I have. We're gonna pass in the tortilla soup. There, let's see if that works. Product not found. Oh, I think it's because it trimmed that leading 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it trimmed the leading 0. Why did it do that? Lame. Okay, let me try passing it in as maybe I can pass it in as a string. We'll see. Oops. Gonna try putting it in as a string instead of a number. See if that works. Get fetch. We are gonna make fetch happen, I swear. All right, let's try that. I don't know if that's gonna work. Yeah, I took it out as a number. Yep, leading 0. Product found. Okay, this is what we wanted. All right. And I'm gonna make this a little bigger so y'all can see it better. Yeah, so that time it worked. I passed it in as a string. And so what we got back was our lovely, basically what we got back was a big giant object, right? And so let's expand this and let's see what we have here. So the initial response is essentially the code, the barcode that we passed in, the ID, a status, and all the status is just whether it was found or not found, and then the status verbose. And so just basically says product was found, congratulations. And so you can use, we're actually going to leverage the status a little bit later on to essentially help us give the user some feedback if they pass in a barcode that doesn't exist in the API. So, but we're going to leave that for now. So let's expand this product. Let's expand this product property in the object, and let's see what does array 7 mean? Where is that? Let's see. Oh, we'll get there. I'm going to expand this, and then you'll see that. You'll see what that means. So you see this little arrow. This is what I meant by the way Chrome formats the message for you. And it basically collapses all of these big long properties. But let's click on it and let's expand it. And so now look what we get. We essentially get a nested, this product property actually contains many additional sub properties. Yeah, and piece of shoot. Yeah, essentially that key is an array with a length of 7. And so if we collapse this again, I don't even remember keywords. So that was keywords. Okay, so let's look at keywords. That's way down here actually. Well, yeah, I don't even know where it is, but there's just a ton of stuff here. So, and all those subproperties have subproperties. Yeah, and that's why looking at the big long JSON message initially was really confusing, but it's a lot easier to look at in the console when you can expand and collapse the properties as needed. So you can kind of drill down. Yeah, it's objects all the way down. Exactly, Rascal. That's exactly right. Yep. Quick question. How did you know which is the correct link to put into the URL variable? Well, we went to the API's homepage, And they told us what that URL was supposed to be. And the barcode number, that's just a barcode I'd previously tested and I knew it worked. But the API, the website for the API, literally told us what URL to use. Yep. Yeah, and you can search in the console. Yep. You can Control F. What happens if you have a CORS error? Well, I picked this API deliberately in order to try to avoid that. In the GitHub list of APIs that Leon provided, again, I think it's in the follow along materials channel. He provided a big long GitHub list of APIs, and that list I think has whether like it has like a CORS column to tell you whether you might have issues with that. And I picked one that didn't require an API key and didn't have the CORS flag. So and also do double check if you are getting CORS errors, double check that your URL contains HTTPS right here. Make sure that you put that S in there. That's required. Yeah. Okay, so let's scroll down a little bit and we can just look through these properties. And there's a whole bunch, right? Like here's one for allergens. So whether or not it actually has, any tags, I don't know. This one doesn't look like that data is complete. I don't see any allergens listed, or maybe it just doesn't have any allergens. How did I turn it into a string? How did I turn what into a string? The barcode? Is that what you're asking, Uberfly? But yeah, you can see there's a lot of stuff to use here. There's country codes. There's brand information. There's various images, thumbnails. So Chemo, he was right. If you put quotes, single quotes or double quotes around the number, you can turn it into a string, and that's what we did. We passed it as a string into our function, and we can also see we have the ingredients here, a big long ingredient list. We have a tag whether there's ingredients that contain palm oil. So just a whole bunch of stuff, right? But the main thing that I'm interested in is actually something within the ingredients list. So I see there's a property here just called ingredients, right? And Remy, so you said using this API, you could make an allergen searcher for common foods at the grocery store. Yes, yeah. And I will say I can't vouch for the completeness of the information that's contained within this API, but I did see that there's lots of items that do have allergen tags, and so you could potentially use it as a brief screening tool for allergens. Yeah. No, yeah, there's some data is complete, some data is not. And I will say that some of the products, I tend to buy a lot of local store brand type stuff. And so I think the major like national brands are probably more filled out than the smaller store brands that I buy. So you can try it yourself though. You play around with some major brands and see how complete this data is. Yeah, piece of shit. Yeah, if you're using this for allergens, just disclaimer, you can't, don't use it as the end all be all. But you could use it as a potential first screening tool. So anyway, I wanted to look at the ingredients list here, and I want to see, everything that's in here. And so what we can see is we have the ingredients list is in array, right? And it lists all of the ingredients that are on the label. And then it also lists additional information about the ingredients. So if we expand that, we can see we have ingredients and we have what they're called. And then there's also two tags down here for whether the items are vegan or vegetarian, which I thought was just really freaking awesome. And also there's like percentages of content. So if you're looking at macros, you might be able to use that to help you with those calculations. Yeah, Kitty is hungry. He's always hungry. Yeah, so essentially that's what we have here is we have an array with all of our ingredients. And then the tag that I'm interested in is all the way down here, this vegetarian yes or no flag. And so let's scroll back up here a little bit. And so we can see that this is nested within this 0 key on the ingredients list. It's nested within the ingredients property, and that's nested within the product property, which is then also nested within the JSON, within the JSON message. So it's a little bit kind of deep down there, but we can totally get there without too much trouble. We can drill down to straight to this information and pull out exactly what we want. And also some of the other things we'll want are the name and the images. So we're going to want to, at some point, we're going to want to grab an image out of there. We're going to want to grab and also we're going to want to grab the product name as well. So that's what we want to focus on. But I do highly suggest looking down through the rest of these properties and seeing if there's anything else that you want to use when you build your version. Oh, Oregon Curtis, thank you. Welcome, welcome. We are having fun with APIs. So if you want to learn about APIs, stick around. The Born code, was there an original file we were supposed to download? No. I'm just using the basic template, and then Leon did provide, I mean, a basic fetch template. I would suggest using that. It's in the follow along materials under like API template. I would suggest literally just copying and pasting that. That's what I'm doing here. And we're going to literally build off of this to build the entire rest of the app. So, or you can type it out yourself. It's up to you. Russell, yeah, wow, it's right there in the API, the vegetarian vegan flags. Yeah, I thought that was super cool. So yeah, we don't have to do any calculations. And yeah, it's all there, which I think is really neat. How did I find the ingredients again? Well, I just expanded. So I went into the to the message object, and I expanded the product property. So we can see it's right here. It's this massive property here. I just expanded that, and I scrolled down, and I found literally the property called ingredients right here. Expanded that. And then if you expand each of the ingredients, you can see that they all have the same properties. Yeah. Okay, so now that we kind of know what we're going for, let's go ahead and start doing our build of the app. So, hey, Oregon, welcome. Yeah, good to have you here. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. All right, so let's go ahead and start building out our app. We kind of know what items we want now, so we'll go back to our HTML and we'll build that out. So we have like an input box, and we have a button, and we have some things that we can hook our JavaScript to, so that we can start doing some testing and pulling items back. So close this for now. Actually, I'm going to leave the console open for now. Make this a little bigger. Okay. Get my notes pulled back up. Here we go. All right. So our HTML is going to be pretty simple. Really, all I want to have is I want to have a place to enter the barcode, which is going to be an input box. I want to have a button that you can click, which is going to trigger the input box to feed that input back into our JavaScript. I want to have a space for the image. I want to have the product name, and then I want to have a table where we're going to generate all of our ingredients and our actual vegetarian checks. So BSL, so we have to go through the whole array to see it was all vegan. Well, I mean, we're going to have our app is going to return that for us. It's going to give that to us. So we don't have to you don't have to dig down through the array each time. We're going to pull that back on our behalf. So if you want to make a vegan version, whenever I pull from the vegetarian property, you can just substitute that with the vegan property. So if you want to build a vegan version, that's all you need to do. Yeah. There's a property on there that tells for both of those options. So that's all you need to do. Not too bad. You'll just be substituting out one thing for another. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. So what we're going to do is we are going to put in an input box. And so in that case, we're just going to say input. I want the inputs to be limited to numbers because I'm going after barcodes. Zena, make sure that your barcode is 12 digits. If you're looking at a US barcode, make sure to include the small numbers on the far left and far right of the barcode. It should be 12 digits in total. Oh, am I in the head? I'm sorry. Thank you for catching that. Yep. Thank you. Wasn't paying attention to where I was at. That's why I shouldn't read chat and type at the same time. That's not a good combination. Luckily, I've got you all. All right. So input box. Type is, I want it to be limited to number. I don't want people typing anything else in there. So we're going to set number. We're going to give it an ID of barcode. Oh, my barcode is only 8 digits. You might be able, it might be able to work with 8. I would suggest go to the World Food API website, and see and just do the search there, like on the actual website in the search box, and see if you get any hits back. Yeah, I don't know. Padding with zeros may not work. I'm not sure. The engagement was farmed. Yeah, that's right. I'm trolling you. Yeah, totally. 100%. All right. Trader Joe's product. Okay, well, yeah, do a search on there. Do a search on the World Food API website just for like either the product name or the barcode, and see if you pull it back there. That's interesting. I'm used to the 12 digits. And then we're going to give this a name of barcode as well. And yeah, that's all we really need to do there. That's just going to generate an input box for us. I also want to add a label to my box. So just to basically be paired with my input box. You don't have to do this. This is just a little exercise. So if we want to add a label to our box, we can say label for and set it to our box name. So label for barcode. And in that, I'm going to say enter a UPC barcode number, which is 12 digits. Can I enable closed caption for the stream? Maybe. Let me see. I hope I don't need an extension for that. Hang on. Um, 2 seconds. I'm going to see if I can figure this out. If anybody knows how to enable closed captions, hit me up. It's a Twitch extension. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I don't have that extension installed. I will do that for you though. For next stream, I will install that Twitch extension and we'll get closed captions going, okay? I'm sorry, I don't have it for you right now. Yeah, I'll get an extension going for that because I understand. Yeah, that's important to have for folks. So I'll get that for next time. I promise. All right, so let's keep going for now. And all right, so got a label for my input box. So that's all set. And the next thing we need is a button. So we have our input box, and now we just need a button to essentially trigger that input when the user is ready to submit. So we're going to say button, and we're going to give it a type of button. I haven't really messed around with the other types, but I'm assuming I want my button to be a button. Piece. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. And so essentially, so I've got my button here, and that's gonna, trigger our, basically trigger one of our functions in our, oh no, that's all right. Just want to make sure you didn't have a question piece. No problem. And now I'm also trying something slightly different. And I know I'm violating separation of concerns. So, do as I say, not as I do, but I did want to try enabling a function directly from within the button. This is just a fun little thing that I'm trying. So you don't have to do it. You can use an event listener like we always do. I'm just being a little different this time just because I can. But don't, come on, stupid quote marks. All right, there we go. So that's all. The only reason I'm doing that is just because I wanted to try it and it seems to work. So our button is going to say get value. Oh, and I am in Chrome. I can enable live captions in the browser. Oh, so is that for the, if you need captions, then you can enable, I think, yeah, if you need captions, then I think you can enable live captions on any live video, on any video. Yeah, the viewer can enable live captions. Yeah, yeah. So if you're in need of captions right at the moment, you can enable them in Chrome. Um, thank you, Rascal. Yeah, Carses, if you want to, I don't know if you can, I don't know if it'll, well, it might let you post that link. I don't remember what I have my settings as exactly. Um, but yeah, if you want to post a link to live captions, and then I'll get them enabled for the next stream. All right, so let's just see how this looks so far. So I'm going to close the console here. Save this. Yeah. All right. So looking good. We've got our place to enter our barcode. We've got our button. And on click, that button is actually going to trigger the get fetch function in our JavaScript. So that's the basics of it. Oh, thank you, Carses. Yeah. Thank you for that link to the support, to the Google support. Thank you. Now, next, we're going to want to have a place where our image, where our product image is going to go. So we're just going to drop an image tag in there. We'll give it an ID of, we're going to give it an ID of product image. Product, there we go, product image. And for now, we're just going to give it a source of empty because we're going to populate that source with our JavaScript. So we're just going to give it a blank source. And then the next thing we're going to have is just an H2 where we're also going to put our product name. And again, that's going to be blank because we're going to populate it with our JavaScript. So product name. Mm-hmm. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to do a table. Now, it sounds like some of y'all have been practicing with tables in various other projects. I'll admit I had not been. So this was good practice for me. Ingredient list. And, or sorry, ingredient, this is going to be ingredient table. I'm sorry. Ingredient table. Make sure I get my tags right. Now, if I wanted to put a new row in my table, what tag would I use for a new table row? TR, yeah. Yep, exactly. So we're going to use TR for a new row. And what if inside that row, what if I wanted to put two cells that are formatted within like the header style? So like bold, slightly bolder. So what tag would I use for that if I wanted a table header cell? Yeah, yeah, Rita, yeah, crypto, you got it. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna use TH. Yep. And so in that way, I'm just gonna say ingredient. And so one of my headers is just gonna be the ingredient. And then the other one is just going to be whether it is vegetarian. So vegetarian question mark. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Yeah. We don't need the strong tag because actually the table header is just going to do that for us. Yeah. Okay. And that's really all that we need right now. This is the extent that we need in our HTML. The rest of it we're going to fill in with our JavaScript. Yeah. And you can see right now the table doesn't have any styling. We're going to do that styling in CSS. So this is all the HTML that we need. Everything else is going to kind of populate off of that. Yeah. Now I'm going to scroll back up a little bit, make sure. I think I missed some questions. Zena asked, is it typically bad practice to not put my CSS and JS files, in their own CSS and JS folder? I just keep the index CSS and JS in one. Honestly, Zena, that's what I normally do too. In this case, I just went back to one of Leon's old like product or project templates that he gave us, and he puts them in different folders because there are additional files associated with the template. So like there's normalize and reset and style for the CSS, so they're in their own folder. But if you're not using normalize and or reset, then if you just have your CSS, you can just put everything in one in in one location. That's totally fine. And that's honestly, that's normally what I do. If you look back at some of the previous projects that I've done on stream, they're all like that. This time I was just a little different. So it's all good. If you have, I would say if you have like more than one JavaScript or more than one CSS, like item, like or file, then you might want to folderize those just to keep it straight. But it's up to you. You know, your project, you can organize it how you want to. Um, uh, born no, I haven't done CSS already. I have a little bit of basic CSS for just the body, but we're going to get to that in just a minute. I haven't, the rest of it is just blank. And there's no CSS on the H1 either. That's basic styling for H1s. Yeah, we're doing that next. It's okay. Jay, how I let you down. Crypto, what was that shortcut that copied the row and pasted in under it? I'm not sure. Are semantically correct tables common? I don't think we've used them once. Are you talking about like where you clearly identify header and rows and that kind of thing? Um, yeah, well, dude, I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, but I mean, I just wanted this to be a header because it would make it nice and bold and it would do some auto formatting on it. But I mean, yeah, we haven't done too much with tables in class in general. And then I was looking as I was building this project. I mean, there's several different ways to do it, right? Like you could have an explicit like table header, right? For this, I just used a row and then I used the individual cells with header styling. But there's other ways to do tables as well. Oh, you're asking about tables in general. You've never used a table tag, so you don't know when would be the correct time to use a table. Well, in this case, let's just look back here at the completed version. So I started out by just doing this as a list, like a list of ingredients with like a space and then yes or no, whether it was vegetarian. And what I saw was that stylistically, like visually, it was very hard to track it. Like just having a bulleted list with like yes or no next to each ingredient. You know, some of these ingredients are very long, some of them are very short. And it makes it really hard for the eye to follow. And so, what I wanted was a table where you can just quickly scan down and also do this nice sort of fill formatting, on the cells to make it really easy to see if something is, red or yellow or green. So that was my choice that was my reason for using a table here. Tables were in shape. Yes, they absolutely were. Yep. You can always go back. It's all right. Yeah. So, whoa, dude, this is really and I think that's the case for most tables is that it's a stylistic choice, and in this case, I think it makes sense because you want, the vegetarian flag is really like the most important thing here, and so you want your eye to be able to scan down very quickly this whole list, have everything in a nice vertical order, and also have this nice bright fill color, that quickly identifies yes, no, maybe so. Yeah. So that's why I did that. Yeah. Um, so yeah, to answer your question, stylistic choice, and I think that's what you're going to find in the most part is where it stylistically makes sense, to make it visually more easy to read is when you should use a table. Okay, so let's go to the CSS. Hey, Pink Star, made it to lesson 2. Nice. Your 2001 website was in tables? Heck yes. Sometimes I miss the old internet. Sometimes I miss the old web. If people chose the proper colors for their web pages, if it wasn't like yellow on pink or something, or pink on yellow, then they were generally pretty easy to read because you got very simple styling, simple fonts, basic HTML elements, formatting things pretty rigidly. So, my opinion. Take that as you will. All right, so let's go on to our CSS. This shouldn't take too terribly long. Yeah, Zenas, big props to the catch-up crew. Y'all are awesome. All the bright green back then. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Hydrate. I got you, Leobab. Yeah, cream's not bad. Cream on a web page is okay. Yeah. And once we get back to the JavaScript, I'm gonna soapbox a little bit, but about where we're at in JavaScript and how people are feeling. But let's do our CSS first, and we'll have a little chat. And Rascal's dropping some serious knowledge there. When you're talking about what API to use, for beginners, it's best to use simple APIs that don't require authentication. Allow cores, and that GitHub repo that Rascal just shared and that Leon mentioned in class, absolutely use that. Just go to the APIs that have no for cores, or whatever the cores flag is, I forget. There's a flag for cores, and there is a flag for whether it needs a key, and just do the easy ones. Yeah. Okay, so CSS. This shouldn't take too long. All right, so all this stuff at the top here, this is just stuff from Leon's basic template. You don't necessarily need this. This is just from the template that Leon provides. I could take this out and it wouldn't matter really. I just have some base stylings. And again, it keeps taking my word wrap off. Hang on. There we go. I have some base styling on the body. Essentially, I just wanted to align my text in the center. I wanted to bump my font size up a little bit. I just chose a random font that looked decent. You can choose whatever font you would like. I made the height a little big. This was kind of a hack because I couldn't get my background to play nice with my table. So I just said, all right, make the background huge. But hey, you might be able to figure out your way around it. The problem I was having was that if I didn't set a height, and I get back a long table like this one, it actually screws up my background and it starts to repeat. Like you can see down there at the very bottom, it's starting to repeat the background. And it like overlaps and it looks bad. So that's why I made the height so big, because I wanted a gradient, dang it. Got to do what I got to do. Exactly. Yep. I want my dang gradient in the background. I don't want it to repeat. Oh, Dakota, you started out with Twitter's API? Man, you're aiming big. Just go to that GitHub list and just pick some easy ones, man. Don't beat yourself up. Whew. Yeah, get an easy API for starters. Wowzer, that was ambitious. All right, so we're gonna add some additional styles. For our input box, I want to make it a little wider because I think right now, well, I guess it's a decent size. But we're just going to make sure that no matter what, that input box is going to stay. Let's see, I think its width is we're going to say width is 200 pixels. Set it for 200 pixels. The button, I want the button to be on a new line. This is purely my choice. You don't have to put it on a new line if you don't want to. But I'm going to set a margin. I'm going to give it a little space around the edges. Margin, 20 pixels, auto. And what that's going to do is it's going to center it on that new line. Now, if I want this button to be on its own line, how might I do that? How would I force this button to go to its own line? Because right now, by default, the button wants to be on the same line as other items. What would I do? Oh, a Kanye quote and motivational quote generator. Very cool. Yeah, so there's a few different ways we could do it. Yep, display block. Rascal suggested a break tag. Yeah, in this case, I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and do display block. Display block works. I think inline block would work as well. Yeah, so if we do that, so what that does, you can see it forced our button to a new line. And because we put the margin auto on there, and the 20 pixels is just a top and bottom margin, but that auto is forcing an automatic left and right margin. So it forces it to be centered. And we don't even have to float it, Jay Nunez. We don't even have to float it. We're not doing any floats here. We're not doing any flex. This is all just raw. Yeah. We don't need no stinking floats or flex. We're going old school. Width, in this case, we don't want width 100% because that would make our button literally as wide as the screen. And I don't want that. You might want that for like a mobile app, but in this case, that's not what I want. So, all right. So the next thing we want is I also want to make sure that when I do bring in images, that none of those images are going to like fill up the whole screen and try to overflow on other elements or try to, be way too big where you got to scroll forever to actually get down to the ingredient list. So what could I do if I want to control the height of my image to a certain value? What would I do? Remember, I'm in specifically height here. How would I do that? Oh, B. Brian, I got you. I'm hydrating. I'm talking height here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, max height. Yeah, and you can set this to whatever you want. I just set it to 300 pixels. I don't know. You can mess around with it. Depending on how big your screen is, like you might want to set it to a different value. And if I was building a mobile app, I would probably use some sort of flexible unit to, make it conform to like the size of the screen. But for now, I'm just setting it to a hard value of 300 pixels. And then I also want to format my product name. And for that, this is just purely style. I just put a little margin on the bottom of that margin bottom. I just took the margin off. Well, and that you don't have to worry about that yet. We're going to get there once we start bringing in values into our from the API. And actually, I don't have an image placeholder in my HTML. Yeah, we're going to need one because we're going to want to bring in an image of our product. So if I just go back to my HTML real quick, I put an image placeholder right here and I called it product image and I put it above the H2. Because if we look at the finished product, essentially I've got my input box, right? I've got my button and then I've got an image, then I've got the product name, and then I've got my table below that. So that's kind of the order of things here. Yeah, no worries. It's okay. Yeah. 83andMe, you learned about margin inline and padding inline today. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know that I haven't really used those very much, but I should look those up and get familiar. I just need to, CSS is those, like, I'm super into JavaScript. And so like CSS, I need to like, kind of make an effort to learn more different ways to do things and, get better at flex and all these different properties. Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Then we're also going to do a little bit of formatting for our table. Now we haven't, obviously we don't have a table yet, but we can kind of see here, these two columns, these are our two column headers for our table, right? And right now that doesn't look very good. We want a proper table should have, in my opinion, should have borders, and we're probably going to want like a solid white background. So let's go ahead and let's add a little bit of table formatting. I seem like a pro in CSS. I'm glad it seems that way. Oh my goodness. Really, I do. I just think of something that I want to do. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more in a minute, but I just think about something that I want to do and then I Google it. That's all I do. I forgot the comments again. Oh my gosh. Halili, where do you want comments? If I forgot comments somewhere, you tell me and I'll put comments wherever you want them. Adding borders is your favorite thing to do in CSS after all that practice with floats? Yeah, I'm glad that rubbed off. I like adding borders too. So let's add some borders to our table. Okay, so I'm just going to do a little bit of formatting on just the base table. I want to have a little bit of margin to push it away from the edge of the of the window, and we can also see that I aligned my text to the center, and I also aligned my button to the center, but I want to align my table to the center as well. So I can do that margin auto. I'm just going to do the same thing, 20 pixels. Auto. What that's going to do is that's going to center align that. So we can see as soon as I save that, it aligns it to the center. So that's part of it. But then I also want to put borders around not only like the outside of the table, but also all the rows and the cells. Um, will this code be available later on GitHub? Yeah, I'll share the GitHub link. You can see that, you know, with all these colors here, like and we'll do a commit, and we'll do a commit and a push to GitHub a little bit later, and then I'll share the link and you guys can have that link. Do people use Flexbox? Oh, people absolutely use Flexbox. Yeah, you're not learning it for nothing. Absolutely not. Yeah, Flexbox is awesome. So it is valuable to learn. We haven't really covered it in class. And I'm not using it for this app because this app is so bone simple. But it is so useful. It's okay. You should definitely learn it. Yeah. And Rascal says, I use Flex a bunch today. It's not for nothing. It's just not needed for all layouts. Absolutely. You should only, I mean, sometimes you don't even need it. Like I say, this app is so dang simple that we don't even need to use floats or anything. This is just, everything just stacks on top of each other. It's all good. Flex and grid are widely used. Why is grid still not the norm? Well, you know, as trends change, it takes a while for things to catch up, right? I still drive a car that's, you know, 10 years old. And so as much as I want an electric car, I still drive a gas powered car. Just, it takes time for things to, you know, things to catch on. Right. Yeah. Okay. So we've got our table centered. Now I want to add a border to my table. So if I just add a border here, let's just see what happens. If I just, and I know I'm reusing tags here. Hang on. We're going to just trying to illustrate a point here. All right, hang on. We're going to uncenter this just for a little lesson here for a second. All right, so table, and we're going to say border. We'll just do 1 pixel solid, and I want my background color to be white. So that should, okay. So let's save that and we'll see what happens. Whoa, huh? That's not what I wanted. That's just a box, right? What am I missing here? What do I need to do if I want all the nice borders, like make it look like an Excel table? What would I do? What do I need? Yeah. 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 So BSL and Piece of Shoot have got it. Yeah. So what we need to do is we also need to specify that we want borders around our header, which was TH. Remember, that was the tag that we used. And we also want borders around each of our each of our cells, right? So I can just do this. Oops. Oh, accidentally clicked on the MDN. Sorry. We can just put commas, and so we can apply these properties to all 3 of those. Now let's save this again, and we'll see what we get. Hey, there we go. Now our border. Now, once we add more items to this, we'll also see that it'll apply the border to the child items as well. But we can see that now we have a nice border around the whole cell, which is what we wanted. Yeah. Posture check. Oh, thank you. Yep, I am posture checking right now. Yeah. All right, so that's all set. And we're going to add a couple more tags later on, but I'm going to hold off on that for now. Oh, hydrate. Okay, thanks, Honda Civic. I am hydrated. All right. And also I'm going to uncomment this now. Comment this tag. This will get us nice back and centered again. There we go. Much better. All right. So we're all styled. We got our HTML in place. Now we are ready to hit the JavaScript. Does anybody have any questions on the CSS or HTML before we go into the JavaScript? You're leaning all the way out of your chair. Yeah, the posture check isn't just for me, guys. You all gotta be checking that posture as well. Yeah. Oh, potty break. Okay. Well, we can take a break too before we get into the JavaScript. Why table all by itself? Well, because I only want to apply the margin. I only want to apply the margin around the outside of my table. I don't want to apply it to the interior elements, but let's do that. Let's do it. It's not going to hurt anything. Let's see what happens if we do. Well, I guess it didn't do anything. Okay. Either way. We'll try it again once we get some elements in there. I thought it would have put margins around the individual text values, but I guess not. So that's cool. Good question. I love figuring out things like that. So keep asking questions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good call, Rascal. It's been about an hour. So, um, quest question: how did you center the table? Mine is to the left. That's what this margin tag is for. So the 20 pixels is just a top and bottom um, margin, and then the auto is the left and right. So try that. Put a margin on your table of auto, 20 pixels auto, and see if that does it. Yeah, yeah. Folks are crossing their legs apparently. So isn't it better to use flex? No, it's not necessarily better. In this case, I honestly don't think we need it. Really, like, I mean, just ignoring like, all we needed was we needed a text. We needed a center text align on the body and a few simple tags on the rest of our items. And it's really no easier or simpler than flex in this case, in my opinion. But it's completely up to you. You could absolutely do this with flex. I just don't think it's necessary in this case. Yeah. And there were no Sunday office hours today. Yeah. Uh, Cielo, we did a simple call to the API in the console just to see what we get back, but we haven't linked the code to the API yet. So we worked it with the API in the console just to see what's in the message, but we haven't actually done the code part. Like, well, we haven't done the, being able to enter an input and then get something back in the DOM. Exactly, Rascal. Yeah. So flex and grid and floats, they're all tools to solve different problems. And in this case, I don't think we have the problem that the tool is needed for. But up to you. If you want practice with flex, absolutely apply it. And thank you, BSL. BSL has shared again the link for the URL that will make a call to the API for you. You would just replace that $ bracket choice with, we'll replace it with a variable, obviously. So that's where we'll put our input in. And so what it does is it takes in a 12-digit barcode and it spits back product information. Oh, hi, Blah. Welcome, welcome. You joined us just in time. We're just about to take a break. So you stop in and it's break time. But yes, I'm honoring the wishes of my viewers who maybe need a hydrate and or bathroom break. So let's do. Are you guys okay with 5 minutes? Do a 5-minute break? Do we need more time? Is 5 minutes okay? 5 minutes. Now we're not doing 4.5. We're gonna do. Hang on. I'm gonna reset this. All right. So 5 minutes, and I'm going to start it right now. Okay. I'll see you in 5. Sorry, Rascal. Not 4.9. Hey, Jasmine, we're just starting a break now, but if you can be patient for 5 minutes, we'll pick it back up again, okay? Okay, we're gonna get started again shortly. I'm still waiting for my kettle to boil. It's almost done. I don't know. We'll see if I can get it in 30 seconds. I might need like an extra like 15 minutes or 15 seconds for my kettle to finish boiling so I can make a fresh cup of tea, but it's almost done. I'm not going to let the timer beep because I hate that sound. So I'm going to stop it here shortly. Kettle crew, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We're going to stop the timer. Whoops, stop. There we go. Give me just like a couple more seconds. Kettle's almost boiling. I can hear it. I'm in the US, and so our power, like our power sockets are like lower voltage or whatever than like in the UK and stuff like that. So our kettles take longer to boil. Yeah. All right. That should be hot enough. Just gonna 2 more seconds. You can listen to the cat for a sec. Okay, it's done. Cool. 2 seconds. I'll be right back with a cup of tea. Okay, and I'm back. Fresh cup of tea. Let's go. Chris P picked up a 1500-watt tea kettle recently. Ooh, nice. I don't know what mine is. I got mine out of a dumpster. I'm still in the box, but feed the cat. Yeah. Well, he's gonna get fed at our next break. Our next break's gonna be at 8:30, and then he'll get fed. Don't worry. Village Kid asks, was Mine Wolf in the first cohort? I was not. Nope. I am a student along with you guys. However, I am currently employed as a SQL developer. So I do database development. So, yep. All right. Making sure I didn't miss anything else here. What kind of tea? Store brand plain black tea, because I drink a lot of it. And so I don't want to pay for the expensive stuff. Yeah, I'll get a photo of him. Yeah. We'll put it up here. All right. How did I learn SQL? Self-taught. I learned it on the job. I don't have a degree or anything. Just learned it from work and slowly picked it up and eventually made my way to a senior developer role. Yeah. So it's totally possible. And so, yeah, but I don't know, like I didn't know JavaScript or CSS or HTML before getting into this cohort. So this has been really fun just because I was self-taught. I never learned anything else besides SQL. So that's why I did this cohort, because I wanted to learn more stuff. And so I have. Alrighty. So let's get back into it. So we finished with our HTML. We finished with our CSS. And my dog is in the danger zone as far as cords go. I don't want him to drag my laptop off the desk again like he did last stream. Back up, buddy. Back up, please. Careful. Careful, buddy. Thank you. All right. 10 for 10,000 data points, you get a cat cam. This is true. Yes, Char. Welcome. We haven't started on the JavaScript yet, really. We did a little bit of work in the in the console, but we haven't really done the actual JavaScript. So let's get into it. All right. So this is what we have in our JavaScript. And for those of you who didn't join earlier, this was just Leon's template. This is literally basically just Leon's template that he shared with us from class. So if you want to know what that is, go to the class materials from the last class and open the folder that he gave us. And it should be in the folder called API template. And you can literally just copy and paste that code and put it into your JavaScript. That's what we're going to use to start. Okay. Yes, in Chemo, we are absolutely going to make fetch happen. And I love Mean Girls, so I will quote that repeatedly, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Yes, and thank you, Bunaki, for sharing that link. Much appreciated. Yep, so you should be able to follow that link to the slides and get it from there, or you can go to the follow along materials channel on the Discord and get the zip file. Yeah. Leon's code was different. Well, the only real difference is the URL. We're using a different URL just to hit the API that we want. But the rest of this, the fetch, this whole fetch command, the real important stuff, that's the same, exactly the same. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Pao, for sharing the API as well. So what Pao has shared in the chat, that is the URL that we're going to be hitting. That's the URL that we're going to be passing data to and getting some JSON back. Yes. Mean Girls of Generation. I don't have the dyslexic. I don't think I have that set up as a command, that Discord. I apologize. That's something I'd have to configure manually. Haven't done that. But somebody can share the link to the Discord maybe, or you can just hit that link up a little farther. That was the link to the slides. And maybe you can get the link from there as well. Okay, so what we're doing is we are just hitting this, we're hitting this URL with a fetch command, and we're going to get some JSON back. And then right now, this function is set to console log that data to show us what we get back. And that's what we did earlier. Is I'm not sure, do I still have that up? I don't think I do, but we essentially what we did earlier is we called our get fetch. We called our get fetch function, and we passed in a barcode. So you can just pull the same one we did before. And what we get back is a giant big old object with a bunch of information. And before we drilled down into that and we found the properties of the product that we wanted. But essentially what we did here is I passed in a 12-digit barcode, and and what it does is it puts that 12-digit barcode into our URL, and it substitutes it for this choice variable here. And so essentially what we're doing is we're passing the URL with the barcode number .json, and then we run a fetch function on that fetch method. And what we get back is, and so, in passing that URL, we get back some JSON, and that's all we're doing so far. So not too bad. Hydrate. Oh, thank you. My tea is still pretty hot. I'm going to do my best. I'm sorry. Oh boy. Yeah, too hot. I took like one drop. Still too hot. Okay, so we're going to use this as our base, and we're going to build literally everything else off of this by going in to that JSON message and pulling out exactly what we want. Goodbye, taste buds. Yeah. I didn't fry my tongue. I knew it was too hot, so I didn't take a big old gulp. So it's okay. Rip. Yeah. Okay. Now, before we get too far into this, I want to share my thoughts on a couple things that I've seen, kind of a couple sentiments that I've seen from folks on the Discord and elsewhere. Folks are getting pretty bummed out by JavaScript at this point. I'm seeing folks being really frustrated and feeling like, oh my gosh, there's too much to remember. I can't remember all of this. Like, APIs, I don't understand APIs at all. Let's remember what Leon said in the last class. He showed us this code, right? And he was like, for the first, for the first X, years or whatever that he used this code, he didn't even know what this was for. Each time he just went in and he just copied and pasted it, and he knew it worked. He didn't know why it worked. He just copied and pasted it and used it. And there is nothing wrong with that. And also too, you don't have to have this memorized. Like, if you asked me to type this from scratch, like to type all this nonsense from scratch, there's no way I could do that. Do I know what it does? Yes. But and do I know where to find it? Yeah. I mean, it's in a template, right? I can just copy and paste it from there. So I know what I need. I know where to find it, and I can put it into my JavaScript. That's all I got to worry about. You don't have to worry about memorizing this. Just having something memorized is great, right? That's what Anki is for. It helps us internalize these concepts. But at this point, we're getting to the point where we have so many concepts that you don't have to worry. You shouldn't stress about literally having every single line of this whole fetch method memorized. You should know what it does, and you should know when to use it and how to pass something into it. But you shouldn't feel like you need to have the whole thing memorized. And I was on, I saw a message from somebody at some point who said basically like, I'm feeling so discouraged because like I know what I want to do, but I can't remember like the exact syntax to use of the thing I want to use. Like it's something with arrays or something like that. And it's like, that's okay. That's what Google is for. Google is your friend, and you should never feel ashamed for Googling something, because the fact that you're Googling something should tell you that you know what you're looking for, you know what your end goal is, you know what you're trying to do. You just need a little memory jog to say like, oh wait, is there a parentheses after that? Is it like, length parentheses, or is it just length? Or, you just need a little bit of clarification on exactly how to implement it. Or maybe you were looking for alternative ways to implement something. And so there is absolutely, and I would bang on the table, but I'm afraid it would mess up my laptop. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Googling stuff. Don't feel bad for Googling. Okay. Pure professionals do it all day, all the time. We forget stuff. And I'm not saying I'm a professional, but it is my day job. And I Google stuff all the time. There's stuff that just never sticks in my brain, and that's okay. So that's my little soapbox. Forgive me, but I felt like I had to say that. It's okay to Google. And being able to Google efficiently and well takes practice. And it is definitely a skill, and not everybody has that skill. And so the more you can hone that skill now while you're early in your tech career, the better off you'll be later on when you get into the really advanced stuff, the stuff that like is physically impossible to memorize, and you just have to go back to documentation or Google or or online repositories and stuff like that. If you can Google quickly, efficiently, and get to exactly the answer to the question that you're looking for, you will be so much better off than so many other people. So that's all I'm going to say about that for now. But just wanted to share my 2 cents there. Copy paste is your friend. Exactly. Get used to Googling. Yes. So, Born, you feel that, but you worry about job interviews where we aren't allowed to look up the answers in front of them. Yeah, that's kind of why we're doing code wars, to kind of so that you can kind of have like a feel for like what those kind of concepts are going to be. But like Nick at the first Friday with Friends, Nick De Jesus, like he said, there were times when he went into a job interview and he failed the technical part. Like he didn't fail it. Like he wasn't able to solve their specific question, but he was able to articulate, maybe what was trying to be solved and point them to some of his other work. And that was enough for him to get a job. So it's not the technical interview is not the end all be all. Okay. So don't get too hung up on memorizing literally everything or beat yourself up when you can't remember something. I literally have to Google like array methods all the time. It's just, they're just so many and they're so similar. And, the difference between like slice and splice, right? They're so similar, and it's so quick to just Google it. Yeah. Okay. Spicy Mind Wolf rant indeed. Yeah, and the more you Google too, the more examples of things you'll see. So you'll see these types of things applied in real world situations, and it gives you ideas on how to do things in a different way. And so you get more exposure to other people's ways of doing things that way, versus just you memorizing your specific way of doing it and never learning another way. The more you go on Stack Overflow and GitHub and that kind of thing, the more alternatives you might find, which is what I find all the time. Yeah. Mood Beige asks, although you declared the user input, what are you using it for? Well, we're going to modify this function in a minute to take that user input. We're going to take our user input from the box, from our box that we put in our HTML, which is what we added an input box right here. So we added an input box. We're going to take in a barcode, and we're going to get back information from our food API. Yeah. How many languages do I know? Well, before I started this cohort, I literally only knew SQL or SQL, structured query language, which is a database language, very specific for databases. Now I'm learning CSS, HTML, and JavaScript, and that is the extent of what I know. Did knowing SQL help you learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript? Yes, to a degree. I mean, the basic concepts of like already knowing like what what variables are and what if loops are and what switch statements are and that kind of thing. Like that helps. Basic concepts, but the syntax is pretty different. Yeah. Um, okay, so let's see how we can modify this basic fetch function to essentially take in the input from our input box and spit back information about the product. So essentially we're going to do the same thing as if we were calling this function manually, but we want it to take in input from our input box. So how did I get a job in SQL without knowing it? Well, my first job wasn't strictly in SQL. It was as sort of like I did like data analytics type stuff, and I had to just learn a little bit of SQL to facilitate the work I was doing. And so after that, I just kept getting jobs that used a little bit more SQL each time, and so that's how I did it. And Dodo, if you guys aren't, if somebody isn't on the Discord, Dodo has shared the link to the Discord there. Or maybe is that the 100 Devs Discord? Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. So let's spruce up this basic fetch command so that at the very least we can get data back from our input box. So, alrighty. So, also too, just as a reminder, on my input box, I did things a little bit different. I'm gonna make this a little bigger. On my actual button, I added an additional on-click property to call the get fetch function. So this is slightly different. I didn't do it through an event listener. I added button. So after the button type, I added an on-click property, which says the action to perform on button click is to call the get fetch function. So that'll be slightly different than the template. However, you can still do it via the event listener if you would like. There's nothing wrong with that. This is just how I did it this time. But you can definitely leave the event listener in place and just do it normally. So what we're going to do is instead of passing it in manually, we're going to pass it in. So on click of our button, it's going to call the get fetch function. Okay. And we want our input. So we want it to pull that barcode value from we want to pull that barcode value essentially from our input box. So what we did there was I'm going to say let input val, and we're going to set up a document.query. So we're going to get element by ID, essentially get element by ID, document.get element by ID. And I called my input box, I called that I give it an ID of barcode. So we're going to look for the item with the ID of barcode. Okay. And if I want to get the value out of an input box, how would I do that? So document.get element by ID dot what? Yeah. So getting something, so instead of something like inner text or inner HTML, if I'm getting the value out of an input box, I need to use dot value. Value, if I can spell value properly. Yes. So let input val equals barcode dot value. So whatever's inside that box at the time the button is clicked. Okay. So, oops, that's wrong. Hang on. Value. Okay. That should do it. All right. Now I also need to change this variable to be the right thing. I want this to be input val. Okay, so now on click, this should pass in whatever I put in the barcode box and pass it into the URL and then perform a fetch against that URL. Yeah. So let's try it. So I've got my tortilla soup URL that we used before. We changed it. So because before we were calling the function manually, So we said we wanted to be able to call that manually, but to essentially call the function from within the console. Now we've changed it so that when we put something in our input box and we click the button, that's when the function is going to be triggered instead of calling it manually from the console. Yeah. It won't have issues with numbers starting with O. Piece of shoot. No, because what if I enter anything in an input box? How does that come through? Oh, choice is not defined. Oh, hang on. I missed a. I didn't save my JavaScript. Sorry. Yeah, as a string. Yeah, thanks, Bombaloni. The chat just didn't come through in time. Yes. So when I put something in an input box, even if it's set to enter a number, it comes through as a string. So that's why this is okay. Yeah. Now look at that. I put something in the box. I click the button. And what do I get back? I get back all this good product information. Exactly what we wanted. Yeah. Yes, it's automatically a string. Exactly. Yep. Hey, Juju, I'm glad it worked for you. First try. Yeah, thanks, Crispy. First try indeed. Yep. Okay. Jack Flash, I'm sorry if I missed your hydrate earlier. Was that the one where I almost burned my tongue? Anyway, I'm taking an honorary hydrate for you now. The on click is in the HTML. Yeah, and that was my choice. That was maybe a bad choice, but I just decided to try it. I've never done it this way before, is putting the on click directly on the button property instead of using an event listener. Oh, good, Anon. I'm glad it worked for you. Anon 9000, awesome. Yeah. Where's the Smurf? In this case, I put the on-click property directly on my button HTML tag. You can see where it says on-click equals get fetch with quotes around it. So what that does is when the button is clicked, it calls the get fetch function without needing an event listener. Now, am I saying this is good practice? No, I am not. We normally use event listeners. I'm just doing this because I'd never done it before and I wanted to try it. Hey, Gin Nunez, awesome. Second try. Born code. Type error. Illegal invocation. Ooh. I don't know what that's about. Get fetch is not defined. Do you have, so make sure that your function here is called the same as the way you've called it on your on-click tag and that it's in quotes. You got to put this in quotes. So you can see I've got quotes around it and I've got a, get fetch parenthesis in quotes. Or you can just do it with an event listener. On JS, yeah, and Juju shared what the Smurf would be. Document.query selector, button, add event listener, click, get fetch. Yeah. Yeah, you have the same error. Your template literals weren't the same as your variable. Yeah. Also, too, double check if you're using Leon's template, make sure that your variable names are lining up. So, that you've got input val. Here, I can make this even bigger. There. Make sure that you're hitting the right IDs. That your URL is correct. You shouldn't have to change you shouldn't have to change anything in the fetch itself, but make sure this stuff up top is correct. Zenas, that's probably because check your tag. Make sure that you're hitting the right element. Make sure that you've got your input. Make sure that your input box has an ID of barcode and that you're hitting that specific input box. Oh, Spidey, there's some products that don't exist. Make sure that your barcode has 12 digits. Make sure that you have 12 digits on your barcode. You can use here. I'll paste in the one that I'm using if you want to check it and one that will work. So Here, I'm going to put one. I'm going to put a valid barcode in the chat. So if you're having trouble with that, it says product not found. But that does show that your code is working, Spidey. So I just pasted one in the chat, 12 digits. Drop that bad boy in there. Frododo, woo, 12th straight. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Oh, Defines. Thank you for the raid. That's awesome. Hi, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. It's rad. Aloha. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you too, Defines. Thank you for coming. It's awesome. We are working with APIs today. So if you want to learn how to hit an API and get some specific data out of it, that is what we are working on. Hey, Born, you got it. Awesome. Zenas. Woohoo. Yeah, Zena, you might want to we should, you should maybe investigate that a little bit more. Did you try searching for one of those barcodes like on the API website? Maybe after the stream, maybe try that. Like search for the product name on the website and see if you can figure out what you need to pass in instead to get it back. Spidey Dan. Okay, awesome. Good thing. Good, you got it. Yeah, awesome. Okay. One of the try. Yeah, electrics. Yeah, that's rad. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, they have a bunch of so I'm sure there's got to be a way to pass that in properly. I don't know, maybe you need leading zeros or trailing zeros. I'm not sure which one you need, but yeah, got to get your Trader Joe's. Worked. Awesome, Weltabara. That's rad. Awesome. Okay. So, so we know we can get data back, right? We know that we can get data back. So now let's start getting a little bit more specific and we'll start dropping things into the DOM because, this is valid, right? This is all good. We're getting back what we expect based on an input. And so let's start fleshing this out a little bit. Okay. Get my notes pulled back up here. You found an API for Trader. Now we should be able to use you should use a free, don't pay for your APIs. Use a free one, especially for now. That's, use it. Don't pay for your API licenses and stuff. Res is not defined. Does your make sure that your function matches this exactly, because res is really that's literally just the result from the URL. That's all that's getting passed in here is just we're taking a URL, we're passing the result of that URL and parsing it as JSON. That's all we're doing. All my homies use free API. Yeah, heck yeah. We use the cool APIs like dog CEO and this one. Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's keep going. So we got our fetch, and now we do want to control for whether or not we get back valid products. Yeah, product.found. Did you that may be because you typed in a barcode that doesn't exist in the database. So try the barcode that I pasted in chat. Try the barcode that I pasted in chat and see if you get back a valid result on that one. That'll just tell you that your code is working. Okay. So, but that's actually what I was about to get into next is making sure we alert the user if the product, basically keep going if the product is found. And if it's not found, then alert the user. So how can we do that? So, well, we noticed when we were looking at the JSON that we got back earlier, if you look at this line here, the product just below the product line, you can see where it says status of 1, and then status of verbose. And if we expand that a little bit, excuse me, status verbose literally says product found. So we can presume that a status of 1 means that the product has been found. Now, I can tell you, because I tried it, if you type in an invalid product, the status is going to be 0. So we can use that 1 and 0 status to alert the user whether or not the product exists in the database. Yeah. Alert, try again, loser. We're not going to be that mean, but we are going to be polite and basically say like, hey, something's not working. So basically we're gonna put some stuff here. So we're gonna call some additional. We're gonna call additional stuff if the product is found. If it's not found, but there's no error in the JSON, it's just the product isn't in the database. Oh, Bombalon, thanks for coming. Yeah, catch the rest in the VOD. Absolutely. Blah suggests for Trader Joe's barcodes, try putting 4 zeros at the start. Worth a try, right? I'd say probably leading zeros or trailing zeros. Maybe one or the other would work. Yeah. So essentially, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put an if statement in here. So right after, so in the first then data, right after then data, inside of that function after the console log, we're going to go ahead and put an if statement. We're going to say if data dot status is 1. Remember now, if the product is found, that's all we're saying. If the product is found, then we're going to want to call some stuff. So we're gonna fill that out, but for now we're just going to call some stuff. Keep going, right? But if it's not found, else if data dot status is 0, so product is not found, then we want to alert the user, and we want to say alert. And basically, you can say whatever you want, but just say product. I just said product, and then gave the barcode number, input val, product input val not found. Please try another. Okay. So that's just a little alert for the user to tell them whether, to tell them if something it doesn't exist, but the code was valid. Yeah, basically we're saying if it's found, call some stuff, else alert the user and don't call some stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and blah, absolutely. We could add a conditional that would add leading zeros for barcodes that are less than 12 digits long. Oh, and Krogo, that worked? So that for Trader Joe's, the leading zeros worked? That's awesome. That's rad. I'm glad. Yeah, that's awesome. And here I am saying specifically for like status 1 and 0, just because those should be the only 2 statuses. So if there's any other status, it's probably just because there was an error. And so then we'll get an error thrown in the console. Trader Joe's barcodes update. They work now, and there are no ingredients, but they include keywords at the bottom with important stuff like vegan or non-dairy. Interesting. So there's no ingredients property. Okay. Well, you might have to modify your version of the app then just slightly to, you could just, just basically have a single flag for vegan or non-dairy or whatever. You can just hit a different property that way. That's wild. Okay, cool. I'm glad you got it to work though. All right. So, we did that. And also another thing I want to do is I also want to add just a little bit of a user control to make sure, because I know when I was testing this, I was having a hard time sometimes like missing a digit, right? So my barcode would be 11 characters instead of 12, and I wouldn't notice, and then I would get an error, and I would be like, ah, dang it, screwed it up. So we want to not pass that input in if it's not 12 characters. Yeah, it's rad, Xena. That's so cool. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm really glad it works. All right, so we're also up here at the top of our get fetch function. Before we actually do the fetch command, we are going to look at the input, and we're going to get the length of that input and essentially exit the function if it's not the right length. So just a little protection there. So I'm going to add a little space here. And I'm just going to put a little if statement in here. So right after we grab the input from our input box, we're going to say if input val, remember that's our input value, dot length is not 12, is not 12, Then we want to alert the user and say, hey, alert, please ensure that barcode is 12 characters. And then what can I do if I want to exit? So essentially what I want to do is if my barcode length is not 12 characters, I don't want to continue with this function. I want to leave. I want to get out of the function. So what keyword can I use if I want to quickly exit a function without proceeding any farther? Yeah, in this case, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna use an empty return. This will kick us out of the function, and I'll show you how that works. If you haven't used it before, what this is going to do is it's going to exit this entire get fetch function. It's going to kick us right on out of it without continuing to actually try to get the data when we know it's not going to exist. Yeah, and two, you could also modify this to say if input value less than equals length not 12, right? If input value length is not 12, then you could have it try to pad it with zeros and see if that works. So that's something else you could do. Mine just kicks you out, but yeah, you could absolutely do that too. So let's try that. Okay, so I'm going to save it. We'll test what we have here, and I'm going to grab my tortilla soup. Because honestly, I love this tortilla soup. It is so good. All right, and I'm gonna take one digit out of the middle. I saved my JavaScript. All right, so this is only 11. This is only 11 characters now. So we're gonna see what happens. Yeah. All right, so I get an alert that says, please ensure that barcode is 12 characters. And if we look at if we inspect, and I go to the console, you see it didn't try to hit the API. So we didn't get an error, which is good. So it just kicked us straight out of the function, right? So let's see, what else did I do? And if I also, let's say my length is 12 characters, but I change it by like one digit. So what I want to try here is to see if I get a status of 0, product not found, I want to make sure it's going to give me that alert as well. Yeah. So it says product whatever not found, please try another. So that's what we wanted as well. Yeah, and there's a good discussion there of return versus break. We use break inside of switch statements generally, but when I see it applied within like an if statement, return a blank return is generally what's used there. Honestly, I don't know that I've tried a break. We can try using break. I don't think it's going to work though. I think I have tried this. I don't think it's going to work. If I use break instead of return, I don't think it's going to work in this context. Yeah, it doesn't even like me using it there. I get an error anyway, so I got to use return. Yeah, just a blank, just a blank return. Yep. But yeah, break is absolutely used in switch statements, just not here. Okay, so we got some basic user entry controls, right? We've also got something that will tell the user if the product doesn't exist within the API database. So that's great. But we still haven't written anything to the DOM. So in order to do that, we're going to use, well, what's a way that, so essentially what we want to do is we want to build an object, right? We want to build, for what we get back from the API, we want to build an object, except not do it manually. So what would I use if I want to do that? What would I do if I want to build an object on the fly without manually typing typing everything out? Yeah, I want to build an object, but I don't want to do it manually. Yeah, constructor. Yep. We're going to use a constructor because essentially we just want to build an object on the fly and then run some methods on it. Yeah. We're going to, yeah. In this case, actually what we're going to use is we're going to use a whole class. And that's what Leon kind of talked about in our last class was classes. And what classes contain is they can contain both a constructor, so the thing that actually builds the object, and methods, which are essentially functions that relate back to the object, right? So we're going to use a class. And we're going to call our class product info. And it's okay if you're lost in the sauce on this, like somebody mentioned. Really, all we're trying to do is, instead of using a bunch of individual functions to build out each component of our product, we want to do it all at once. We want to build our product, and then we want to run a bunch of other, like we want to run a bunch of methods off of that object that are all related to each other. And the best way to sort of put all those in the same bucket, in my opinion, is to use a class. However, that's, there's a whole, as always, there's all sorts of different ways to do this kind of thing, right? You could have the constructor be its own thing and then have, methods that are related to the constructor. But in this case, I wanted to try using a class, and so that's what I did. Yeah, well, we are going to be using a constructor. The constructor goes inside of the class, and I'll show you how it works. So in this case, we want to build an object called product data. And now thinking back to our DOM here, the kind of thing that we need is for our output, right? We want an image of the product right here. We want the name of the product, right? So I'm thinking product image, product name, product ingredients, and that's pretty much it. So for our products, I'm going to make a constructor, and that's going to go inside my class. Okay, so constructor goes inside the class, and I'm going to pass into that constructor. I'm going to pass in essentially what we get out of the API. So the product data that we're getting out of the API. Okay, so we're going to pass in product, and this is just a parameter. I can call it whatever I want. It's a thing that I'm passing into my constructor. And so I'm going to pass in some product data, and from that product data, I want to build some properties off of that. And so I want a name property. I want ingredients. This is just all the stuff that we're going to populate in the DOM, right? And I want to set the name equal to essentially something related to the data that I'm passing in. Okay, so we'll see what that needs to be here in just a second. Okay, so if I want to extract, so from the JSON message that I get, I want to extract the name of my product. So let's go back to the console here, and let's see how we can get the product name. Let me just pass in that URL again, or that barcode again. 1 second. Get value. Okay. So I am passing in some product data, and I can see that the data that I'm going to be passing in, all of it is, all that data that I'm going to be passing in, I want to be inside of the product property. That's all I care about. I don't care about any of this other stuff. I just want what's in here. This is where all the good stuff is. Okay. So we can assume that I'm going to be passing in essentially data.product. So what's passed in here is going to be, I'm just going to, we're just going to put a comment here. I am passing in data.product. Okay. That's what's passed in here. So data.product. Now, inside of the product property, I want to get the name of the item. So I'm going to scroll down until I find the proper name for that. Let's see, where is it? It's product. Yeah. Okay. So I see down here there is a property called product name. Okay, so I want to extract that product name property and assign it to the name of the object that I'm building. Okay. Jane Nunez, whenever you, which message is it alerting you? Quick question, whenever I input a barcode, it alerts our message. Which error message is it alerting? That should tell you where the problem is. Then we can figure it out from there. Okay, so can anybody tell me if I am passing in data.product, which means I'm passing in essentially to this, so to this level within the object, right? How can I get the product name? Can anybody figure it out? So I'm passing in data.product. I'm assigning it to this parameter of product data. I know this is confusing. I know. But see if you can figure it out. Yeah, some good guesses there. Yeah. And Floyd Wall, yep, Floyd Wall has actually got it. So our name is going to be equal to product data, which is the parameter that we're passing in, and is set equal to data.product. It's just going to be product data dot product name. And I know this, we're reusing words here, but let's look at why that works. Okay. Product data, product name. Yeah, so it's right here. So essentially what we're doing is we're drilling into the object, right? We're drilling into the data, we're drilling into the product, and then we're grabbing that product name property. In this case, it's like chicken tortilla soup or whatever. Okay? It's, yes, chemo. That's a great way to think about it. It's kind of like a file path. So when you're trying to find a specific file in a folder, right, you click into each folder, and each folder could have multiple items inside of it, but you can sort of create a path that gets you directly to the specific item that you want. And so that's essentially what we're doing here. Yeah, and we can do bracket notation as well. So we could, if we knew like what number, like item this was, I don't know, there's a ton of stuff in here. I prefer to just use the name, the property name, just because there's so many keys in here. I couldn't tell you what number key this was. Yeah, snarf, we haven't called our constructor yet. I just know that I'm going to be passing in data.product, so we'll call it in a second. Okay, and I'm also going to, we'll call the snarf, we'll call the constructor, and I'll show you how that this is working the way we expect. Yeah. Yep, we'll call the constructor in just a minute. We have to set it up first though, so that we can call it. Yeah, kind of chicken and egg there. I just already knew what I was going to be passing in, which is why I commented it out here. All right, so for ingredients, I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to say product data, right? And let's look at where you can get the ingredients properties. So I can see that there's a property here that's called ingredients, right? And you can see that this is expandable. So there's other stuff in here, but I don't really care about that for now. I just want to have the whole ingredient list, and we're going to parse out the rest of that, what's actually in that list a little bit later. So I'm just going to say product data dot ingredients. That's going to grab this whole big array of objects from the product data. Okay. And then the last thing I want is the image of the product so that we can put it into the DOM. In the case of a coconut, in the case of a class, and where we're specifically using a class, so you can see that I've capitalized the class name, but I didn't capitalize I'm not capitalizing the constructor because it's inside of the class. Yeah. All right. So image, there's several image options that we can have here, but the one that I'm going to choose is just the full size image. So I'm just going to grab image _ URL. Yeah. So product data. Yep. Somebody mentioned Spidey, yeah, it's Spidey. It's actually gonna be this image URL property specifically. We got to be, because I don't think that we want, in this case, I could get the full array of all possible images of the item, but I just need one. So I'm just gonna say product data dot image URL. Yeah. Okay. So that's our basic constructor. So now that we've built this constructor, oh, in sample page, you had Progresso brand as well. Yeah, so originally I did use the brand tag, but a lot of times the actual product name has the brand in it. So you don't really need it. And also a lot of times it looked like the brand tag wasn't populated. So I had it in there originally. Actually, in my notes, I still have it, but I don't use it anywhere. So you could put it in if you want. You could mess around with it. It's up to you. Um, so I see there's a hydrate here. I'm going to take care of that. Mm-hmm. And after we call our constructor, we make sure that it works. We're going to take a break because it is 8:30, and I'm trying to be healthy, trying to help you guys be healthy too. Because I know I could go forever, but that's not good for anybody. So, because I'm secretly a robot, and you guys didn't know that, but yeah, that's why I don't have a webcam, because it's all just like like Commander data up in here. Exactly. If you're new around here, we like to be healthy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just a big old mainframe. Okay. All right. So we've got our constructor. Now let's call it. And so calling a constructor within a class is slightly different than calling it, if it was just a constructor. But it's not too bad. So we're going to go back up to our fetch. And essentially we want to say if the data that we've gotten back is valid, right? So if the product is found, then we're going to call some additional stuff. And the first thing that we want to call is we want to call our constructor to build our item and populate it with the data that we need. Yep. Mindwolf AI confirmed. Exactly. Yep. I'm Google's advanced speech recognition. I read your chat and I respond intuitively to it. So yeah, I'm just an advanced speech recognition that can drink tea. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to set up a new, essentially, I'm just going to set up a new item. It doesn't matter what we call it. We could call this anything. I'm just going to set up a new variable here, const item, and I'm going to call my constructor. So I'm going to say, we've done this before, const item new. Actually, I think this is the same as calling it the regular way. So new product info, right? Just like we would normally call a constructor. And then, like I said, I'm going to be passing in data.product. Product. Yeah. So that will build a new item. That's really all. I couldn't think of anything more creative to call it. It's an item. I'm going to build a new product or item or whatever with my constructor, and it will be assigned these properties. Okay. It's a ruse. Cylon. Yeah. I'm a Cylon. Exactly. Yeah. Or, I prefer Commander data, like, an Android or whatever, but, I'll take Cylon. It's all right. Okay. So let's go ahead and make sure that our constructor is working, and let's just make a quick method that can console log some of the properties that we've put into our constructor here. So let's build something real quick. We want to be inside of our class here. So I'm just going to say test call. I'm going to make a new method. Oh, and yeah, I don't need a comma there. All right, test call. And inside of that, we're just going to say console log this dot, let's console log the ingredients. Yeah, so that should give us back an array of objects with all the ingredients of the item, assuming that the property has been assigned the way we expect. So also too, I need to call that method, right? I've created the method, but I haven't called it yet. So I'm going to go ahead and call it up here. So after we call our constructor and we build the item, we can then go ahead and call the method as well. So I'm going to say item dot, what did I call that? Test call. All right, test call. There we go. Test call. And I don't need to pass anything in here because I'm just console logging an existing property of the object. So let's try it. Oh, sorry, somebody asked a question about if statements inside a constructor. Sorry, I missed that. What was the question? Xena. Can I write an if statement inside my constructor? Oh yeah, yeah. You can do that sort of thing dynamically within a method. Yeah, if you wanted to put a method, like so you could just set up an empty property here. You could say like this dot ingredients equals empty, and then write a method down below that assigns that property dynamically based on some other factor, right? So yeah, you could absolutely do that. Yeah. Okay, so test call. Let's try it. Let's see if it works. Need to save this because I always forget to save. Boop. Okay, and we'll pass in our same barcode that we've been using. Let's see if we get back a list of ingredients in the console. Boop. All right, so let's see. Do you guys like my sound effects? It's a new feature in my Google in my Google AI. Yeah, look at that. Look what we got back. We got back our array of ingredients. Check it out. That's exactly what we wanted, right? We said console log this dot ingredients. And what did we get back? We got a list of ingredients. So that what that tells us is that property was assigned correctly. And we have constructed our object, right? Boop. Yeah, bright side, intertwining all these things is the trickiest part for me. Yeah. And part of that is just doing it, right? It's just finding examples and just trying it and failing, more than once, and you know messing around, like building your own constructor, seeing what it can do, copying, literally just straight up copying a constructor that somebody else has built and seeing why it works and picking it apart and seeing like maybe why they chose to use it. Again, that goes back to that Googling stuff where just like Google like constructor examples, JavaScript constructor examples, JavaScript class examples. That's really what I do a lot. When I'm planning out these projects, like I'm not just winging it. I spend, a couple of hours just Googling and thinking about the best way to do something. Because a lot of times I don't know how to do it. I go into this and I'm like, I know what I want to do, but I don't know how to do it. So yeah, lots of Googling. Lauren, I thought yours was working. Hey, Jay Nunez, yeah, feel free to catch the VOD later, okay? The worst is not knowing. Better, man, when it comes to code, better is relative. The main concern is just, does it work? Especially right now, the main concern is, does it work? Like, can you get it working? It doesn't matter if somebody's always going to say a better way to do something. If you've ever been on Stack Overflow, man, Stack Overflow, people will argue about the best way to do something in a single line of code. So don't get too hung up on that. Hey, Damislav, welcome. For now, it's relative. Exactly. There's sometimes when when there's something clearly better when you get into more complex applications or whatever. But when we're learning, just experiment. Yeah. Halili, why data.product in line 16? Okay, let's look at that. All right. So yeah, into our constructor, we want to pass something into our constructor, right? We want to tell our constructor what it's building off of. And so if we think about the full object that we're getting back, right? The only thing that we really care about in this object is just the product information. I don't care about the code. That's what I passed in. I don't care about that. We've already dealt with the status, right? We've already checked to see whether the status is 0 or 1. I don't care about that anymore. I don't care about the status for both because that's the same as this. So this right here, this property, this product property, this is all I care about. So into my constructor, I want to pass data dot the product property and just the product property. That's all I want. Okay, does that make sense, Halili? Yeah, that's the specific argument that we're passing. That's the specific. Oops, sorry, buddy. Oh, he got his foot caught on the cord. Man, I got to figure out my cord situation. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So we're fetching some JSON, and what we get back is an object, right? And so then we want to dig into that object, and so that object is what we're calling data here. That's a big object, and so we dive into that object and get the product property, and that's what we pass into our constructor. Okay? Yeah. Is there a convention about where to write the classes or constructors inside the main? Yeah, it just makes sense where it is for me anyway. The first, like, you're just thinking about the order of operations, right? The first thing we want to do is we want to fetch the information from the API, right? And then the next thing we want to do is we want to build our product. So that's what made sense to me. So that's why I did that. Yeah. And Rascal says, as Leon said, giving a single prompt, 10 developers will give you 10 different versions of the code, right? Yeah, exactly. So that product will change depending on the API. Well, Hilali, in this case, it depends on which barcode we pass in, right? The value of this data is going to be different with every barcode that we pass in. So, yeah. So each for every barcode, that's going to bring back a different object. Yeah. Oh, awesome, Zena. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to be undefined for ingredients because the ingredients don't exist for those Trader Joe items, right? As you said. Yeah, and it returns the keywords you wanted. Awesome. So yeah, Zena, you can change the properties to fit depending on what you get back from your Trader Joe's. Or, if you want it to work for Trader Joe's and non-Trader Joe's, you could still have the ingredients properties, but then have an additional property for like allergens or whatever it was that whatever the other thing was that you said you wanted to pull. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So we've got our constructor working. So the next thing we're going to do when we get back from our break is we're going to start building some methods that are actually going to start adding things to the DOM, right? So we've built our object. It's got everything that we need inside of it. And now we just need to build some methods that are going to put that stuff into the DOM to give us our output. Okay? Yeah, Sarwan. So we're using the World Food API. Let me see if I can grab the link for that. I think I've still got it up here. Yeah. So here it is. I'm going to grab the link. And so that's the page, the link that I just pasted into the chat. That is where you can get the URL that we're passing in, that you put your variable into. Okay. So just scroll down to the JSON portion. Hey, Jasmine, awesome. Okay, so let's take a break. I think let's do a 7-minute break because I need to feed my dogs and my cat. I need to feed them, so it takes a minute, and my old dog needs to go out, so that takes a minute too. Yeah, let's do a 7-minute break. Don't forget the cat. Exactly, I won't. I promise. Do stretches, right? Yeah. Okay, I'll scroll up to the top of the code here. And again, if you're just joining us, we are basing all of this on the basic fetch template, the API template that Leon provided in class. Okay, so if you're not sure where to start, go to the documents from the last class, get that API template out of there, and that's literally what we're using. Okay. Yeah, Snarf, maybe try and make sure that, so if you're using the same barcode the test barcode that we've been using here, make sure that you're, maybe add some more console logs or alerts in there to figure out where your code might be going off the rails. Okay. All right. I'm going to start a timer. Got to feed the dogs. They're going bananas off screen while they're staring at me intently, um, and the cat is yelling at me. So let's get that going. All right, and I will see you guys here shortly. Hey, Jitsuko, I'm sorry I missed your posture check. I will do that here shortly once we get back. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer. We still got a few seconds left, though. All right, Aroni, welcome back. Yeah, so thanks, folks in the chat for answering some questions there. Yep, that data that we're passing in on line 13 is arbitrary. Yep, that is what Leon chose to call it in the template, and so that's what we just chose to call it here. But it can be, you call it whatever you want it. Yeah. Yep. And essentially, what we're doing it with each subsequent then method here is we're just saying like, get the response from the URL, right? Parse it as JSON, because that's what it is. It's JSON. Then take that JSON data and do stuff with it. That's all we're doing. Is the class within the fetch or outside of it? Good question. The class is outside of the fetch. So if we look at where our brackets are, so we can see get fetch is here, opening bracket, and the closing bracket is right here. So the class is, so our constructor, our class with our constructor and our method is outside of that get fetch function. Because what we're doing is we're, from within the fetch, we're calling our constructor. Okay. So we're calling it from inside the fetch, but it exists outside of it, as it should. Yeah. Sure. Okay. So it looks like folks are coming back. Good deal. All right. So like I said before, we have built our object. We've constructed our object. So now we just need to build some methods so where we can start actually getting some stuff into the DOM. And start populating the instead of just populating the console, actually populating the actual the HTML elements that we built earlier. Okay. Alrighty. So we did a test call. We saw that our constructor is working properly, but now let's build some real methods. Bodega Pat says something that helped me understand variables and such is your professor told you to read code from right to left. So on line 16, it's creating a new product info object and storing it inside of a variable called item. Yeah, that's a good way to see it. So you can look at what's happening first, right? what actually is happening, and then see where it's putting that thing. So in this case, yeah, we're constructing a new item, and then we're calling a method on that item. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's put those ingredients into TDs. I agree, piece of shoot. Exactly. Let's do it. The argument data.product, where is it coming from? Well, that's coming from our JSON, right? We just said, we're going to the URL. We're getting the result of that URL, whatever it passes back. We don't care what whatever it's passing it back. We parse that result as JSON, okay? And then we take that JSON data. So here, I'm going to put another comment here. Use JSON data, okay? Use JSON data. So we get the result as JSON, then we take that data, literally the then method takes that data, and then that's when we do stuff with it. So data.product is literally the product property of the JSON data, okay? All right, so what methods do we need? Well, we know we want to display an image. We want to display our table with all of our ingredients in it. And so we're going to need at least a couple methods. So I'm going to have a method. The first method I'm going to have is going to be called just show info. And what that's going to do is it is going to show the image and the product name. Those are two pretty simple things that we can show pretty easily. It can be, yeah, Kimmelrath, the words like res and data, those can be whatever you want them to be. If you want to use them, if you want to use a different word that makes more sense to you, go ahead. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Those are like when we set up any function, right? We can make the parameter whatever we want it to be. We could call it robot or unicorn, like Leon likes to do. In this case, res and data were just the words that Leon used in his template, but they could be whatever you want. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna make a new method. We'll replace our test method here. And we're gonna make a new method, and it's gonna be called show, oops, not all caps though. It's gonna be called show info. Okay, and inside of that, I want to go ahead and initialize the image of the product, and I want to initialize the name of the product. Oh, hey, girl. Hi. Born. Also, what do you have in your JavaScript? Do you have do you still have an event listener, or do you have because you don't need the event listener. So if you have the event listener, that might be causing problems. Because yeah, your HTML tag looks okay there, but also make sure that your function is literally called getFetch. The function in your JavaScript, make sure that it's called getFetched. GetFetch. Yeah, like piece of shoot is asking, make sure that your function is getFetch. Yeah. Okay, so method, inside of our method, we want to, essentially what we want to do is we want to set remember we have an image tag in our HTML. We want to set the source of that image equal to the image URL that we got out of our product data, okay? So I'm gonna target that specific HTML element. So I'm gonna say document dot get element by ID, and I called it in the HTML. I called it product image. Now, if I want to set my image tag equal to a particular URL, what do I put here? I say document dot get element by ID dot what? If I want to assign my image tag to a particular URL. Yeah. Yeah, y'all got it. Yep. So I use dot source, right? Yeah. And so I'm going to set my source equal to our image property. Okay. This dot image. So that's going to literally assign the source of the image tag to the URL that we fed it. Perfect. So that means the image will show up now, assuming that an image does exist for the product. There may be cases where there's no image, and that's fine. It'll just be a broken image, or we could add some alt text there instead. For accessibility reasons, probably be good to add some alt text. And then the second thing I want to do is I want to get the product name, right? So document dot get element by ID. Actually, and I'm going to hide this some stupid sidebar. There we go. That's better. Get element by ID. Product. I think I called that H2 that I used. I called it product name. So product name. And if I want to set, now remember, we're working inside of like an H2 tag here. So my product name is inside of an H2. Okay. So if I want to set the text of an H2 to a particular value, what do I say? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So inner text. Yeah. So if I wanted to set the raw text of a particular item to a particular value. Now, what if I want to use like a template literal with some other text? What if I want to say like I don't know, like put literal quotes around the name of the product? What would I use instead? If I wanted to combine some things together, like a variable and some extra text. Yeah. Yeah. We would use inner HTML instead if we wanted to, do some additional stuff. Yep. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do in this case. And let's do it both ways. Okay, so let's do both. So we'll use inner text, and we'll set it equal to. I just want to set it equal to this dot name. So we'll do that just for starters. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and we will call. We have enough of this now. We can test this method. So we're going to call that after the fetch. We're going to say show info. We're going to call that method. And what that should do is it should start populating the DOM with some of this stuff. So finally, we get to start populating our DOM. Okay. I'm going to get rid of the console for now, unless we get an error. We'll see. Hey, Born, you got it. Rad. Hey, folks in chat, thank you for helping them out. Thank you. Y'all are the best. I love my chat. You're my faves. Okay. See if we can. Hey, what up? What up? Check it. Yeah, Born, we haven't read out the ingredients to the DOM. Remember, because look down here at our method. What did we do? We literally just said product image and product name. We haven't done anything with those ingredients yet. We already know they're there. We just that's going to take some more stuff. We needed an easy win. And our easy win was getting that image and getting that product name into the DOM just to make us feel like we got something done. Oh, good, Born. That's awesome. I'm glad you're caught up. That's rad. We got soup, y'all. That's right. Soup. Oh, this is my favorite soup. I love it. And we can also, so now that we got a little bit more output, we can actually try some other stuff. So let's try the Progresso soup. So that's what we showed here in the finished version. So let's make sure that works too. So I'm going to go ahead and put in that barcode, and I'll share here. I'll pop that barcode in the chat too if you guys want to try another one that I know works. That's another one there. Let's get the value of that. Well, hey, Progresso traditional beef and vegetable soup. Yeah, we got soup. All right, cool. And then, man, I just realized basically I I only have like soup items in my list of barcodes. That was truly not intentional. But the next one that I have is also a nice matzo ball soup. I really didn't mean to do that. Dinner's on me today. Yeah. Yeah, look at all that soup. We love soup. Soup chat. All right, so this is a matzo ball soup. Now this one, I added to the list on purpose. This one, I believe, doesn't have a picture, but it will return text. So yeah, so we can see there's no image. That's okay, but it does. Even though the image doesn't return anything, we still get back the title. And if we run once we run this in the finished version, we'll also get back the ingredient list. So that works too. We just don't get an image. It's just literally not in the API. No soup for you. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Where is show info being called? Yeah, so let's go back up here a little bit. So it's being called within our fetch. So the first thing we do is we check and see if the product is valid. Okay. So if data.status equals 1, that means that it was able to find. Now this status here, this is a specific property. This is a specific property in the object. So this isn't just something we made up. The status is a specific property in the object, and it determines whether or not the product was found in the API, in the database. So if that's 1, then we go ahead and we call our constructor, we build our product, and then we call that method of show info on the product. Okay? How did you stop it from getting rid of the trailing 0? Starting 0. Okay, I see. Yeah. Well, input boxes like this, like we're using here in our HTML, we're using an input box. Input boxes always pass things in as strings. So a string is just going to take it literally. It's not going to try to remove leading zeros or any of that nonsense. Like if it was a number, it takes it in as a string, and we're leaving it as a string. We don't want it to be a number. Yeah. Oh, hey there, princess. Awesome. Glad you're having fun. Thanks for watching. Yeah. Nice. You got it up on your TV on the big screen? Dang, that's rad. Yeah, piece of shoot. Yeah, we use dot value to get it out of the input box, and that brings it in as a string. Yep. Yep. Yeah, and then we're calling it straight up from here. I mean, where you call this stuff, it just seemed to make sense to only call it, right, if the status of the data that we're getting is valid. I didn't want to, you could always call this and then like have conditions built into the method to like, if not found, then don't execute or something like that. But I just wanted to say, like, up here, I just was like, well, if the status is not 1, I don't want to call this stuff at all. So I'm just going to put it inside the if statement and only call it if the product is valid. If it's not valid, I don't care. I don't even want to try to call it. It's not worth it. JPQ. Vegetarian API. Did you pass in the URL, the specific URL? This one up here. Here, I'll put it in chat again. Make sure that URL matches this. Oh yeah, GPQ. You need to have that here. I'm pasting in the URL. The HTTPS is absolutely required. Yep, got to be secure. That the S on that HTTPS is basically stands for secure. Hypertext transfer protocol, secure or secured. Yeah. Your input is getting only 1 product. Did you try here? I'll paste in all my barcodes that work, and you can try them and see if you. Yeah, try them with the number. Yeah, here. There's some ones to try. Tortilla soup, progressive soup, and matzo soup. They all exist. They're all tested. And make sure. We have soup puns in here. I don't know. I need to think of some. I'm not very good at thinking about puns. Yeah, and soup peeps. And Krogo looks like they shared another barcode that works. Your barcodes, need to have 12 digits. Born, oh yeah, soup, yep, born hit, yep, soup beeps, exactly. Okay, so we're going along pretty good, right? We've got our image for ones that do work. This one just didn't have an image, but we've got our image, we've got our name. Now we want to show the ingredients and actually get to the purpose of the app, which is to show whether or not these ingredients are vegetarian. For those of you who may not have joined us earlier, what we're trying to get to is returning a table that has the ingredient and then grabbing the vegetarian, that literally there's a vegetarian property in this API, in the object that we get back. There's a vegetarian property on the ingredient. And so we want to return that associated with the ingredient in a table so that you can very quickly scan down and see which ingredients are vegetarian or not. That's the point of this. Yeah. And Questerson, yeah, you could hard code it for now. That's fine. Super great time. Oh boy. Why did you use item to call method show info? Okay, good question. So let's look up here. When we called our constructor, right? We built a new product. Essentially, we built a whole new object, and we called our constructor, and we passed in data.product, and we constructed a new object. Well, I just needed to call that object something, so I called it item. I could have probably been more descriptive, but the keyword, the variable item, contains all of these properties. It contains the name, the ingredients, and the image. And so once we have that built, we can start calling methods off of it. So I can say item.showInfo, item.ingredient. We'll have another method here pretty soon that's going to list the ingredients. And so I can call item this ingredients, and it's going to hit the properties of the item that we built and run those into the method. And born, that's okay. If it's okay if you don't know exactly why this stuff is happening yet, just copy and paste it in. And then once it's working, then start messing with it. Add console logs, add in console logs on certain lines and see what it spits out. What I really like to do is I like to put in, as I'm building this stuff, I'll just be putting in console logs at various points just to see, like, wait, what is that thing? Like, what even is that? And then it'll log it to the console and I can see what it is. And then that helps me track it back to see what's happening. Yeah. So many, you were born to break things. Darn right. Yeah. Move fast and break things. Exactly. Yep. Um, it's correcting you. Yeah. Check your variables and make sure that, and I will, like I say, when we're done, and we actually are fairly close to being done, surprisingly. This is a fairly short stream on my terms. Once we're done, I'll share the GitHub. I'm going to push this to GitHub, and you can compare it against your code and see maybe what might not be working properly. Yeah. Jason Bourne. Like a parfait. Exactly. Like a beautiful parfait of code. Man, you're going to make me hungry. Don't make me hungry. We're talking about soup. We're talking about parfaits. Jeepers creepers. Making me hungry. Okay. So we've done that first part. Now let's get into building our table of ingredients with also the vegetarian property. Okay. Alrighty. So, essentially what we want to do is we already have a table built into our HTML, and we called it ingredient table, right? And it's got two header items. So if we go back to this, we can see it. It's right here. It's already built. So all we need to do is really just target that table and start adding items to it, right? Essentially, we want to loop through the whole list of ingredients, and for each ingredient in the list of ingredients, we want to add it as a new row to the table. Okay? Add it as a new row to the table, and then also add the vegetarian property. So we already know how to do loops. We know how to loop through the keys of an object. We've done that before. So we can apply that with a table element and just build our table that way. So let's do it. Got to go put the parfait on the table. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And Zena's already ahead of me there. We are going to be using a for in loop. Exactly. Yep. All right. So essentially what we want to do is first we want to target the table that we are actually, and well, my method here is going to be called just list ingredients. Nothing crazy. List ingredients. We're going to declare a new method here. List ingredients. I can spell eventually. And first we want to target the table that we're going to be adding stuff to. So we're going to say let table ref. And all this is doing is it's just compressing this long query selector statement down into one variable. We've done that a lot, right? We say document.query selector, or sorry, document get element by ID. We could do a query selector too. There's no problem with that. But in this case, I know it's an ID, so I'm just going to say ingredient table. Okay. So now that's putting all that nonsense inside of a nice short little variable, so that way we can reference it later. Stretch. Yep, I think I have another stretch that I said I was going to claim and then I didn't. So you get double stretch. Ugh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know if that was my elbow or my shoulder that just popped, but something popped. So good stretch. I stretched both sides. Double stretch. Thank you. Yep. Cracked my shoulder or something like that. So that felt nice. Alrighty. Parfait. Oh my god. Okay, that one wins so far. Yep. I don't know what we're playing for, but that one wins. Yep. Yeah, for in is for objects. Yep. Yeah, how do you know which loop to use? Yeah, there's several different loops that you can use, and you could just use a regular for loop, right? But the for in loop that we're going to use is specific to objects. So it's more concise way of saying, hey, loop through all the items in the object without you having to necessarily know how many items are in your object, how many properties are in your object. Because you don't always know, right? It could be dynamic. And in this case, there's some things that have, 3 ingredients and some that have 15. Yeah. Okay. So we've set our table reference and now we want to loop through. So we're going to use a for in loop. So, and then, yeah, exactly. Piece of shoot, basically just put the syntax in there. That's about what I was going to type. So, yep, for let key in this dot ingredients. So this is going to loop through the entire object, and key here, again, this is one of those examples of we could call it whatever we wanted. But in this case, the keys are the properties, the property names. That's just the term for them, is they're called keys. So we're going to say for each, essentially for each property, for each ingredient in our list of ingredients, we're going to do some stuff. And so essentially what we want to do for each ingredient inside of our list of ingredients, we want to make a new row in the table, right? We want to append a new row in the table, and we want to add 2 new cells, one for the ingredient and then one for the vegetarian tag. Okay. Exactly, Rita. Yeah, you don't have to specify where to start or end because it's just going to go through the object. You don't have to specify start at 0 and end at, 25. It's just going to know how many items are in the object and it's going to loop through them all. So, yep, that's the advantage of this. All right. So we're going to declare some stuff first. We're going to say essentially new row is going to be our new row in our table. So new row is going to be equal to table ref. So new row in our table is going to be equal to table ref dot insert row. Okay. Insert row just literally inserts a row in a table. Cool. Now, if I want to append a row to the end of my table, I don't want it to be on top of my headers here. I want it to be at the end. I can use -1. That's exactly the same as the way we would do it in an array, right? You can use the -1 to put something at the end of an array. Like you could do oh, I'm going to get it mixed up again. Is it push, right? Push or, see, this is why I have to Google stuff all the time. You do Anki and stuff, but you got to Google it again. So, but you can use the -1 index to add something to the end of an array. Yeah, push. Yeah, I thought it was. I shouldn't have second guessed myself. Yep, it's push. Yeah, and pop, but pop removes it, right? So pop, I always think of it like popping a balloon, like you're popping it, pop, goes away. Yeah. Is insert row? Nope. Insert row is legit. Yeah. Yeah, it's a standard. You're right. It's a standard thing with inherent properties, and it inserts a row at the end or wherever you tell it. It inserts a row at some point in a table. So in this point, we're telling it, put a row at the end of my table. Now, inside of that row, I want to have 2 new cells, right? I put a new row. I want it to have 2 cells, one for the ingredient and one for vegetarian. So I'm going to say let new I cell is going to be the cell for the ingredients, and it's going to be inside of my new row. So new row dot insert cell, and I want it to be at index 0 in the row. Now, similar to an array, right? Similar to an array, the placement of the cells starts at 0, and we're going to want to set one cell at 0 and one cell at index 1 in the row. So new I cell, and then the next thing we're going to do is new V cell, just for the vegetarian information. So that's going to be, again, new row. Oops. New row. Row dot insert cell. You can see it's auto completing for me there. So what that tells me is, that's a valid method that I'm using there. Insert cell at 0.1. So now this is going to put in a new row with 2 cells. Okay. Now row new toe. I know. My spelling sometimes leaves something to be desired. Yeah. It sounds like everybody's spouting off on array methods, and it sounds like, remember that Bop It game that you could play like back in the early 2000s? It's super popular. Push it, twist it, bop it. Yeah. Okay. And so we've set up our row and our new cells. Now we need to put the content inside of the cells. So we can create a text node inside of the cells. So we're going to say new I text. So that's going to be the text that's going to go inside of our ingredient cell. And we can set that equal to document create text node. Now what that's going to do is it's going to pass in some text to the place where we specify. Okay. So create text node, and we're going to set that equal to the ingredient. Okay. So we're going to create a new text element that we're going to assign to the cell. And what we want to set that equal to is, I'm actually going to put a new line here so it's a little bit more visible. Inside of our text node, what we want to set it equal to whatever ingredient we're currently on. Okay, because if I just set it equal to this dot ingredients, it would try to put the whole array inside of that cell, and that's not what we want. We want to put one ingredient inside each cell at a time. Okay, so I'm going to say this dot ingredients, but how can I get a specific ingredient out of a list or out of an array or an object or whatever? How can I pull a specific item out of an array or an object? Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Trouble K. Way to come in for that first time chat with the right answer. Rad. Yep. Thing bracket key. Because remember, we're looping through the keys in the array or in the object. And so we can get a specific item one at a time by just saying this ingredients bracket key. Okay. And so for each one that we loop through, it's going to start at 0, 1, 2, 3, and it's going to grab each ingredient in turn. Now we want to get the text. We want to get the text out of that property, so we can say, and in this case too, let's back up a second. I know that the specific property inside of the ingredients that I want to pull is called text. So take my word for it there, but we can look at that. Let's see, am I still logging the? Yeah, and so it says failed to load. That's because I couldn't get it. There's no image to get out of there, so that's why it gave a 404. There's no image associated with that product. I think we'll see. Either that or we broke the API. Either way, one or the other. It's all good. Yeah, key and Xena, that's a good comparison to make. Key is basically like I in traditional loops, right? It's the index of where we're at in the object. Okay, so if I look down through the object and I'm inside the ingredients, right? I'm looking in the ingredients, right? Where we're going through each item inside of the ingredients. That's literally what we're doing right here. We're looping through this array. And we can see that inside of the array, again, we have another object. And so each one that I loop through, all I want to get out of it is the name of the ingredient. And I can see that the name of the ingredient here is called text. That's the property I want to get. So inside of ingredients, for each one, I want to get back the name. So I say this.ingredients for each item. I get back the name, which is text. Okay. Mystery soup. So that's what I'm assigning to my text node. And then the second thing I want to get back, so that's going to be in the cell on the left. Then the second thing I want to get back is I want to get back the vegetarian status. So if we look down here, we can see just right down below the name, there's an additional property called vegetarian. So I want to return that as well. So I'm going to say let vtext new vtext, or well, I think actually I called it something different in my notes. I call it veg status. Veg status, excuse me. Let veg status equals, again, we're going to say this.ingredients.key or this.ingredients key. So the ingredient item that we're getting, then I just simply change the property to be vegetarian. So now that's going to go down to this one, and it's going to return the contents of that. And oh, sorry, yeah, and another thing too. This ingredient key vegetarian. Yeah, sometimes that may not always be populated. We'll come back to that. Sometimes that may not be populated, so we want to, maybe create some alternative text for that. But we'll come back to that later. So this.ingredients.key.vegetarian, that'll return that. And then the last thing we want to do is put all this together, build out the cells, put the text in the cells, and make sure we're looping through the whole array. Now you want chicken nochi. Yeah, man, y'all are making me hungry, I swear. Okay. And we're going to then, we're going to assign that veg status. We're going to assign that to a text node. New vtext. Oops. Let new vtext equals document.create text node. Create text node. Veg status. Okay. So the last thing that we need to do, so we've created all this stuff, but we need to make sure that it all is associating together. So we need to attach our text to the cell that we want it to go into. Because right now we've created the text, but it doesn't know where to put it yet. So we're going to basically say new I cell, and we'll go over this again. I know this is a lot. We'll go over again exactly what this is doing after I'm finished writing it out. But new I cell dot append child. Now, what is that doing? It's essentially attaching whatever we tell it. It's saying, hey, put something inside of this cell. put a thing in here. And when we, after we run this and we go back and look at the DOM, we'll see that happening. So put the text in the cell. Okay. Put our ingredient inside of our ingredient cell. So what would I do to put the vegetarian text inside of the vegetarian cell? What might I say there? How would I put my v text into my vegetarian cell? Yeah. Yep. Meow is my hello. That's a great username, by the way. Meow is my hello. Piece. Yeah, you all got it. Yeah, piece of shoot, cuter rat. Yeah, you got it. So all we're doing is we're just saying new v cell dot append child new v text. Put the text into the cell. That's all that's doing. And somebody asked too, why did I assign this veg status variable first? Or sorry, v text. That's wrong. V text. Yep. V text. Yeah. Why did I declare this first? Well, that's because sometimes the vegetarian status might be undefined. And so we're going to put in something in a little bit that's going to change that that may change that value. So I'm going to have an if statement there. But for now, we're just going to leave it. So that's why I have this extra variable here, just because there's going to be an if statement in there in a minute. But before we get too wild, we're gonna check and make sure that this works, like basic function that works, and then we'll start adding some refinements to make it better. But basically, just checking the basic functionality first. Okay. All right. So let's make sure our for loop works first, and then we can start thinking about some things some stylistic changes and some error handling, that kind of thing. All right. Okay. I'm gonna grab one of my barcodes. We're gonna go back to our old friend tortilla soup, because this one's got a nice long list of ingredients. So we'll see if I got this right. First try, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Nope. That's all right. Okay, let's see. No first try. No, I'm just checking against my notes here to see what I missed. UI text. Oh, let's see if I got any. Let's see if I got an error too. That's what we should check as well. The console is our friend. Okay, so no error. That's good. Oh, the simplest problem of all, and you got it. Yeah, you got it. You guys all got it way before I did. I didn't ever call this method. I wrote the whole dang thing, but I didn't call it. Darn right. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and call it up here with the other one. Dot list ingredients. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Copy my barcode again. Let's call it. Yeah, exactly. It's all engagement. Talon, my VODs stay up for 60 days, so you got plenty of time. And after the VODs are about to expire, I will move them to YouTube as well. So don't worry. You got plenty of time to watch it. Okay, so let's get value. Hey, what? What? Check it. Check it. We got a list of ingredients in a table. Yo, first try. Well, yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, it did work. I just forgot to call it. Oh dang! Beautiful table for our parfait. Exactly. It is layered. It is beautiful. Yes, yes. Okay. So we're gonna. I want to show you a couple things in the DOM. and then we'll take another break, and then we'll go back and we'll walk through this again, and we'll look at a couple of things that we should like edge cases and things we need to handle. For example, like this says undefined, right? This vegetarian value returns undefined, and so we'll fix that. And we'll also add some formatting, you know, turn these things yellow or red as needed. Thought it was Comic Sans at first. Yeah, this is, I forget what font this is. I just picked one at random. Yeah, we'll go back and we'll break down the method after the break. I want to show you guys something else here, and during the break I'll scroll down to this so you can take another look at it. But we'll go over it again. All right, so let's just look at the DOM real quick, and we're gonna look at our table, our ingredient table. I'll move this a little bit too. Okay, and make this bigger. Okay, so now let's look at our table and let's see what it looks like. So we can see now that what it did is each time it looped through, right, it had appended a new row. We've still got our headers up top. These were the original headers that we had. So it didn't touch those, but it went immediately after that first row, it started appending new rows. And in the first cell, it put the ingredient. In the second cell, it put the vegetarian name, right? So it just looped through. For each ingredient in the list, it inserted a row at the end, wherever the end of that is at the time. It inserted a new cell, which essentially was this first one right here. Inserted cell 1, inserted cell 2, boop, boop. Created a new text value for the ingredient, so rice, and then created a new status for the vegetarian, yes or no, or maybe, or undefined, or whatever. And then we put that text value inside of the cell that we created. Okay? Why is it called chicken tortilla soup if there's no chicken? That is an excellent question. The soup mix itself actually doesn't have chicken. That's why I like it. You know, being vegetarian, I like to add my own ingredients instead, and so I use fake chicken or soy chicken. And so it's a mix that you buy. It has everything else except for the chicken. You're supposed to add that yourself. I add soy chicken. I also add beans and rice, and I add some other stuff too. But yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Lego pieces that I don't understand being used, but I will for sure use them. Absolutely. And that's how you'll start to understand what they're for. You don't have to understand what they are, just pull them out of your Lego bucket and plonk them together and see what happens. And maybe console log it. You're using the same barcode number, but you have a lot more ingredients. Well, that could be it. Have you run it multiple times? Look at my bird. If you've run it multiple times, you might end up with some repetition in your ingredients. And let me make sure too. I'm going to check the ingredient list here on the actual product and make sure that it's working properly. Let's see. Yeah, citric acid. Yeah, lime juice. Yeah, look, my ingredient list looks okay. Rice, black beans, bell peppers, the organic spices. Yeah, check and see if you have duplicates. Because another thing we're going to get to after the break is we're going to see how an issue with running this function repeatedly. I'll just say that, and then we can fix the issue. But it's just something that happens if we run it repeatedly. Chickenless. This is just soup. Yeah, exactly. It's chickenless tortilla soup. Exactly. The tortilla was the friends we made along the way. It's just water with extra stuff, isn't that? I mean, that's what tea is, and that's what all soup is. Yeah, the tortilla part, I believe, is they're being fancy, and it's the corn masa. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it's dry mix. That's right. It's a bag of dry mix, and you add the stuff yourself. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Yep. Oh. Nas, what happens if I call it again with the same or different product? Well, try it and see. And then check your table. You might be interested to see what you get. Oh, and thanks, pal, for sharing the barcodes. Nodes of type no may not be inserted. Oh, Well, during the break, make sure that your code matches mine exactly here. You might just have a typo somewhere. Your vegetarian column came back undefined. That could be depending on the. Did you use the same product? Did you use the chicken tortilla product? This is just water with leaves in it. Exactly. Oh my gosh, hydrate. Okay, Jack Flash. Golly gee. All right. Well, guess we're gonna have a break because I'm gonna need a bathroom break. Yeah, and war control. We are gonna do that. We're gonna fix it so those undefined ones get changed to a different value. We're just bags of water. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, Brian. All right, I got it. All right, so I'm gonna leave this method up during the break. We are gonna take a break though. We're gonna do 5 minutes, and then you can, if it's not working, check. Go through this, make sure that it all matches, and see if you can find a typo somewhere. Well, I'm not going to post it in CodePen, Code Zulu. I'm going to put it in GitHub. So we've graduated from CodePen. We are now GitHub peeps. So we're going to push this to GitHub um, when we're done. Don't let me forget to do that. Okay. So somebody please remind me before we wrap up. But I need to do a push, and then we'll grab the URL and you can get it from there. No, that's okay, Code Zulu. That's no problem. It's okay. I'm just saying that we should make the effort to use those tools, those new tools. You didn't do anything wrong. Normally, I always put my stuff in CodePen, right? But now we have graduated to the proper tool, which is GitHub. Hasty pedestrian, thanks for stopping by. Catch the VOD. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Yeah, go to bed. All you late nighters. Good night, sweet glitch. Yeah, exactly. May flights of angels sing you to thy rest. Well, that's the way. If you're scared to use the console, you just got to practice it, man. We'll do a console push before we're done. Okay. Alrighty. So let's start that break. Okay. We'll do a 5-minute timer and go. I'll see you back here shortly. Oh, and also I'm gonna go ahead and do a push now. Actually, you go on break. I'm just gonna do a push real quick, and I'm gonna share the code, the GitHub link, so that way folks that are having trouble or miss the HTML or the CSS can just grab it now. Well, I think we'll go ahead and do that. But go break, and I'm just gonna do a push super quick. We'll spend more time on it later. I'm just gonna literally push right now, and then I'll pop the link in chat. So, all right. Okie dokie. And we'll do push. Pow. All right. Dunzo. And let me get the link. All right. So that is the link right there. That's the link to the demo branch. Okay. That's everything we've done so far. So go into the demo branch. You can compare your code with mine if you're having trouble, or if you miss the HTML or something like that. Take a look. You're welcome. All right, I'm going on break. We'll be back in a sec. Um, you don't need to edit it. I would just if you've been coding along, maybe just copy it down. You can just click on the items, and you can copy it into your code editor if you miss like the HTML or something like that, or if you're coding along, you can just click on it and visually compare between the two, between yours and mine. Yeah, I don't think you necessarily need to. I don't think you necessarily want to fork it at this point because it's not done. But I mean, or you could fork it and you could keep coding off of mine. It's up to you. Yeah. I am Victor. Hey, if you want to catch the VOD, it's on my Twitch channel. They will get moved to YouTube eventually, but they stay up. My VODs are valid for 60 days. So just check out my Twitch homepage. They're all there. Born. So that's a sentiment I've heard a few times. It's kind of annoying having all those separate websites and apps you have to use. Well, but in reality, when you get your tech job, you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to be using a ton of different apps, a ton of different, tools that your workplace says you have to use. You might be using Jira or Trello or, probably GitHub, some sort of ridiculous homegrown proprietary software that your workplace insists that you use that's janky as all heck. So, you know, it's just kind of it's par for the course, I guess. Yeah. I mean, yeah, for just pure graphic design, but more pure tech, like more pure tech roles, you're probably going to have a bunch of different microservices or apps that only really do one thing or two things, and they all talk to each other or fail to talk to each other. Okay, so I know I took up part of the break with doing the push and stuff like that, but I hope folks still got enough time to use the bathroom and get a drink or whatever they needed to do. Oh yeah, Fredodo just shared the link again, and that's everything we've done so far. That GitHub link, that branch, um, contains everything we've done so far, and we'll do another push at the end of the completed version. Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to it. So essentially, right now at this point, oh sorry, right now at this point, the app works, right? It does everything that we wanted it to. It returns our image, returns the name of the product, it returns a list of the ingredients and whether or not they're vegetarian. So technically, we could stop here. There's nothing wrong with that. However, there's a few things that could be improved and probably should be improved. Um, oh, you follow me on GitHub? Okay, yeah, cool. I don't have a ton on there. Just I'm new to GitHub as well. My workplace actually doesn't use GitHub. We use something else called CVS, which is really really not nearly as good. So I'm really enjoying GitHub so far because CVS is way worse for various reasons. Um, Tribal. Actually, no, it's not. That my YouTube channel is under a different name. I'll be sharing links in the Discord when I do start moving things to YouTube in mass. So don't worry. I'll yeah, I haven't really started moving my older stuff to YouTube, but I'll be sharing links because my channel name is different. So yeah. But yeah, so we are so we need to make some improvements here, because now let's test this again. So I have this app pulled up. Now let's see what happens if I run this again with a different product. So just like I would normally, right? If I was using this in the wild, I would. I'm gonna grab the Progresso soup. And actually, I can't believe it. I was gonna get my. I have my favorite sauce in the world is sriracha sauce. It's a condiment, and it's just it's if heaven had a sauce, it would be that. And so I should have grabbed that too, because that's in the database as well. I was using that one for testing earlier. Vanilla JavaScript, yes. Yep, we're not using any libraries or anything here. We're using we're grabbing an API. We're grabbing from an API, but that's it. All right, so I'm going to look up something else. This is the Progresso soup. So let's see what we get. Now I haven't cleared the DOM here. I'm keeping the previous item in there, because if I was using this for real, that's what I would do. All right, so look what happens. So I get back the image as expected. I get back the name as expected. But what's happened here? Whoa. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Yikes. That's way too long. Your son dresses a sriracha bottle for Halloween. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah. Yep. Some folks have glommed onto what's happening here. The table isn't clearing out. Yeah, the table is not clearing itself. It's still keeping the old ingredients in there. And for something like the image, right? We're changing the source. We're resetting the source to a different URL. So that works. We're also, resetting the item text to a different text. That works. But for the table, we're just appending more rows. We're not clearing. We haven't done anything to clear the table out. So it just keeps adding to it. Yeah, we need to clear it. Exactly, Baba. Yep. Yes, we need it to reset. So essentially, every time we call this method, we need it to first clear out the table contents and then add in these contents. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we got to do that. Again, not entirely necessary. You could just reload the page each time, but we don't want the user to have to do that, right? We want to keep it clean for them. So we love our users. All right. So we need to clear out the table first. So at the start of our list ingredients method, before we go into the loop, we want to clear the table. Now, there's an important consideration to make there, because we don't want to clear the whole table, right? We only want to clear the rows that are below the header, right? After the first row, we want to leave the first row in place and clear everything else. So if I am just in general, if I'm thinking about an array or an object or any object, really, if I want to skip the first item in that object, what index would I start at? What index, specific index, what specific index would I start at if I want to skip the first item in an array or an object? Yeah, uno, exactly, exactamundo, indeed. Uno. We want to start at index 1. So what we want to do is we're just going to create a quick little loop here, nothing too crazy. We're just going to say for, we're gonna have a for loop. Let I equals 1, because we want to start at 1 instead of 0. We want to skip the first row. For let I equals 1. Now, I can get the length of my table by essentially just saying, so we're going to loop through and we're going to say where I is less than our table ref It's literally just the table that we're hitting, right? Dot rows dot, oops, not that, stop, dot rows. Oh, stop it. Stupid autocomplete. Rows. Gotta escape that. There we go. Dot. That's so weird. Rows dot length. Okay. There. So what that's going to do is it's going to loop through each of the rows, skipping the first one, looping through all the remaining rows. Yeah, I know. That is funny. Yeah, it keeps trying to autocomplete to the wrong thing. Also, I don't want my bracket. Well, that's fine. So what we want to do then is for each row, we want to say table ref dot delete row I. So whatever row we're on, we want to delete it and loop through the entire table until all the rows below the header are deleted. No, I plus. Yeah. So what's interesting is that after I wrote this the first time, so after I wrote this the first time, I realized that I didn't put the I plus plus, but it still works. Now, let's. You don't have to take my word for it. Let's do it. Okay, let's do it, and then we'll do it once. I'll show you that it works, and then we can think about why. Because I was surprised the first time too, and then I figured it out. But I'll think about it, and then you might land on why it works. Okay, so let's get the value. We'll get this. Okay, we get it. We get one. Now let's run it again, and we'll make sure that it's actually going to. So I'm going to do the Progresso next, and so watch for that first ingredient of rice. The first ingredient in the Progresso soup should be beef broth, I think. So watch for that. Yeah. Okay. So you see, it took out. So this is just super like this ingredient list is super long, but you can see that the ingredient, the tortilla soup ingredients got deleted. Yeah, some of y'all are getting it. Coconut. Yeah, and piece of shoot. Yep. So let's think about what's actually happening here. So we start at let's use a visual here. So we start at row with index 1, which is beef broth. Okay. And we delete that row. Boop. So we're still at index of 1. We never increment, but since we deleted this row, now the row of water is index 1. And so we're literally just making the table smaller, and each row gets moved up to index 1. So we don't need to increment. In fact, if we did increment, we would be skipping rows. Yeah, and this is actually one that I think has come up in Code Wars, not necessarily for deletion, but I think for deletion. I think I've seen it come up as like an array question, and I got it wrong. Well, I didn't get it wrong, but I was stuck on it for a long time, just figuring out like why the heck am I skipping rows? Because I was incrementing my array count while I was also deleting rows, and so I was skipping too many because each time you delete one, the next one gets moved up into that index. Okay. Yeah, and two, delete row is an actual method. I didn't make it up. It's if you look at it, so if I were if I were typing this in, it would auto complete for me because I delete. Watch it not do it. Delete now. Well, it didn't do it, but it is real. I swear. Delete row to I. Yeah, there we go. It's real. Yeah. So I hope that makes sense. And yeah, you could also have gone with a while loop and explicitly passed in the 1 because having the I really isn't necessary, right? Because it's always going to be 1. Exactly. Yeah. And I think too, I'm trying to remember, I think I had a while loop initially and I don't remember why I changed it. Yeah, I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, you can absolutely use a while loop there. Yep. Yep. Cool. Durvas, why wouldn't you just assign a class to a blank tr or div and then use inner HTML to clear it instantly? Maybe you have to give me an example of that. I'm not quite sure referencing there, but I mean, I'm sure there's a jillion ways to do it. In this case, I do want, but remember, in this case, I do want the headers to stay. So we need the headers to stay, and we just want the child rows to be deleted. Yeah. Superb. Yep. I'm loving this. I'm loving the cheap puns. I'm digging it. All right. So that takes care of our first problem where the table would keep appending and appending and appending forever. So perfect. The next thing we want to take care of is also too, another thing we haven't really encountered yet, and I want to show you guys, is what happens if I put in an item. Do I have it? Oh, dang it. I might have to run and go get it. Wait, no, no, I don't want that one. I've got an item that actually is in the database, but it doesn't have any ingredients associated with it. Like it's in there and there's a picture of it, but there's no ingredients listed. So give me like 2 seconds. I need to go. I put it back in the pantry. I need to go grab the actual item. So 2 seconds. Okay, so what I've got here is I've got a giant jar of peanut butter. And this jar of peanut butter is in the database, but it doesn't have any ingredients associated with it. And somebody mentioned that the incremented deletion leads to a jitter when loading a new product. Yeah, that may depend on your internet speed. I guess I hadn't noticed that. It could be that, yeah, if you have slower internet, or that may be part of it. I'm not sure. But let's see what happens if we put in an item 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see what happens when we put in this peanut butter. 0, 9, 8, 5, 4, 2, and that should be the right number of digits. I'll post, assuming this works, I'll paste the number into the chat and you can try it. So let's get the value. Yeah, Kroger crunchy peanut butter. So, and essentially this is working as expected. So really we could leave this. So it returns, right? It returns an image and it returns the product name, and then it just essentially returns, no ingredients. And so now that I'm thinking about this, I don't think we actually need to do anything with this. Crunchy peanut butter is the way. Darn right it is. Who needs creamy? Come on, get the crunch. Yeah. And Born, you could set this up to search by ingredient instead. Yeah, you could have it so you could have it be an ingredient search instead. You would just have to figure out how to structure your URL. I'm not sure exactly what you would need to pass in. You might have to do that, little research there, but you'd have to change the way your URL is structured. The other thing I was going, the only other thing I was going to, the other thing I was going to add here before we actually go into the for loop was checking to see essentially if the ingredients, making sure that the ingredients list is not null. I think I'm still going to add it just because, so that it doesn't even enter the loop if there's no ingredients to add. So we don't need to worry about that. It's not strictly necessary, but I think I'm going to add it anyway. Creamy for the win. Oh, that's a rough first chat there, Particus. Oh boy. That's rough. Gotta say, crunchy rules the roost in my house. All right. So we're just going to put a quick if statement here, and we're going to say, essentially, if this ingredients are not null, so this dot ingredients equals null. So check for that first. Check to make sure the ingredients are not null, and only if they're not null, then enter the for loop. Make sure I get this in the right place, and boop. So that's just a little extra there. You just caught up. Can you give a brief overview of the code? Yeah, so we'll go through the method again here before we add another couple things to it. So, okay, let's talk about what this is doing again. So what we're doing, so the first thing we're doing is we're defining the thing that we're targeting. In this case, the thing that we're targeting is our specific table that we already set up in our HTML, right? So we've got a table with an ID of ingredient table. So we set that up earlier. This is just telling us what we're targeting. So document.getElement by ID ingredient table. And then we quickly go through the table, and if there's any existing rows, we delete them. And again, you could use a while loop here. That's totally fine. While table length is greater than 1 or whatever. And the next thing that we're doing outside of the if statement, assuming that the ingredient list is not null, then we go into that ingredient list, and for each property or key in the ingredient list, we want to do several things. Essentially, just speaking in pseudocode terms, for each ingredient, right? Each ingredient should be on its own row in the table. Okay, so very first thing we need to do is we need to make a new table row. And the next thing we want to do is we want to create 2 new cells in that row, one for the ingredient and one for whether or not it's vegetarian. So obviously for each ingredient, we need a new row, and we needed a new ingredient cell and a new vegetarian cell. So that's what we're doing here at the start. We're adding a row to the end of the table. So wherever we're at in the table, we want to add a row to the end. And then we're creating a new cell for our ingredient. We're calling it iCell, new iCell for our ingredient on the left. So at point 0 on the row, we're creating an ingredient cell. And then at point 1 on the row, we're creating or index 1 on the row, we're creating a vegetarian cell. Okay. So all that's done is basically just set up the structure. Oh, posture check. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I got it. Sitting up straight, not hunching anymore. And the next thing we're doing is we're setting up the text that we're going to put inside of the cell. So we're calling that iText. And what we're doing there is we're creating a text node that we're then going to put in the cell. Okay. So text node, and we're setting that equal to whatever the text value is of the current ingredient that we're looping through. So the ingredient at index whatever in our list of ingredients. So it could be the first one or the second one or the third one, whatever it is. We want to grab the name of that ingredient, and that's on a text property there. So there's a text property inside of the ingredient list, and we're pulling that and we're putting it in a text node. And then we're doing the same thing for the vegetarian status. That exists as a property in the ingredient list as well. Okay. Oh, and you want to see how it looks yeah, we can look at it in the console. Sure. All right, let's do it. I'm just going to put one in here. Okay. So let's inspect it. Look at the console. I'm going to make this smaller. Console. Okay. So inside of our object, we're going to drill down to the ingredient list. Look at that again. So you can see in the ingredient list, we have multiple keys, right? We have multiple properties in the ingredient list. And so we want to loop through every single one of these and pull stuff out and assign it to the table elements, right? So what we want to do is let's look at the first one. The first one is beef broth. So we want to loop through that one. We want to create a row in the table and 2 new cells inside of that row. And we want to create a new text object that pulls in specifically this text right here. So this dot ingredients at index 0 dot text, beef broth. That's what that's going to return. The next thing we want to do is we also want to pull the vegetarian item. So in this case, it's no. So we want to pull that and assign it to a text node, the same as we did for the ingredient. Okay. And the last thing we want to do is we want to take our new cell and we want to put the text inside of the cell. So we do that by saying append child. we put the text in the cell. Okay, and we can see how that looks inside of the HTML elements. So we go to the body, we're going to go down to the table, T-body, and we can see the very first one, it's created a new row. That's what this is, the TR, created a TR, put 2 new cells into it, TD, TD, and then put the ingredient and the vegetarian status in there. Okay? Yeah, Rufio did do a Rufio, and that's the reason I really haven't covered Git in depth on my stream, is that Rufio did a really great job in their stream as well. They taught taught you how to backdate stuff. So like if you didn't start pushing your Code Wars stuff right away, you can actually backdate it to the date that you did the Code Wars stuff, and kind of repair that history there. Yeah, so check out Rufio's stream as well. I think her VODs are up for the same amount of time as mine are. Yeah. Thanks for coming, Snarfin. And my cat is saying thanks for coming as well. But yeah, so this loop is essentially just doing the same thing for literally every single one of these ingredients. Okay? I hope that helps. Kitty, I know. He literally ran into the room at top speed and started meowing as loud as possible. And he has food in his dish and everything. He's just, doing whatever he wants. Classic cat move. Yeah. Okay, so we're almost done with this. And really, like now, it functions perfectly, right? There's just a few aesthetic things we can add. One of those things is figuring out what we do when a vegetarian property doesn't exist, right? So like these couple lines here are a little janky. They both say undefined. So like corn protein doesn't know what to do with. So if we inspect that, we'll see that, and we go to the console, we drill into the object, we will see that in the ingredients, if we go down to like the corn, whatever, corn protein, somewhere. I can't even find it. Hang on. Beef broth, modified food starch. Oh, here. Yeah. So this one's kind of messed up, right? It's not even actually an ingredient. It's just it was just read in as an ingredient. And so it doesn't even have a vegetarian tag, right? There's not even one there. So it can't find it. So it marks it as undefined. Okay. So it marks it as undefined. So we want to maybe, instead of undefined, we want to maybe say unknown, right? That makes a little bit more sense. If I'm just looking at this and I don't know what the heck does undefined mean? Like I would rather it say something like unknown maybe instead, or replace undefined with yeah, sure, whatever you want to say. Some alternate text that makes more sense if I'm just Joe user coming in off the street and using this app. So we want to do that as well. And that's also why I declared veg status as its own variable prior to putting it in the text node, because I wanted to do this little transformation on it first. So essentially what I want to do is right here, I'm going to make this a little smaller here too. Right here, I want to say essentially if this particular item is null or undefined or some kind of invalid status, I want to set it to say unknown instead. Okay? What doesn't make sense is that maybe. Yeah, and I think that's just because it's so generic. Because right, flavoring could have beef fat in it. We don't know. It's not clear. So I think that's what the maybe is for. Yeah. It's funny though. Maybe. All right. So we can do that. All I want to do is I want to say, look, if vegetarian is undefined or null or whatever, I wanted to set it to say unknown instead. And we can do that very quickly using a ternary operator. So if we remember, a ternary operator is a quick and dirty way of writing an if statement that essentially puts everything on one line. In this case, we can do that because we have a very simple comparison that we're doing. So essentially we want to say if this item is null. Now, why did I say null there? Because it says undefined, right? Undefined, not null. But what did I use? I used the double equals. So here it's saying if it's basically undefined or null or any kind of invalid, any kind of I'm spacing on the word. Somebody will know it. One of those things that's like not a number or null or undefined, any kind of invalid sort of unreadable result. Any kind, it'll catch any of those using the double equals, and it will falsy, yeah, a falsy, a value, yeah, a falsy result, valueless result, yeah, exactly. So if it's any of those things, if it's undefined, if it's null, whatever, we want to set that value to unknown instead. So I'm going to set that text value to unknown instead. Else, just use the key. Else, return the actual value. So, yeah. Oh, and there. Scroll back up again. Okay, so now let's run it again. We'll run it again on the progressive soup. And so anything that's undefined should now say unknown instead. Or whatever text you want. That's just a quick trick for basically using this double equals and null is a quick trick for basically eliminating any of those, like not a number or undefined or null, all in one fell swoop. You can check for all of them at the same time without having to check for each one individually. Yeah, so look, now all those undefineds are now unknown. Te quiero mucho. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, and since it is falsy, that's true. Because it's a ternary, since it's falsy, we should be able to remove the null. Yeah. That's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. Let's do it without. Because it will be falsy. Yep. Or should be anyway. Boop, boop. All right, let's do it again. Falsy values. Ooh, nope. No bueno. Unfortunately. Worth a try, though. It's good to try that stuff. There we go. Now we're back. Yeah, and so let's think about that. So let's actually, I want to do that again. And I think I know why it didn't work. But let's do it again. Let's look at the output again and see what we get. All right, so let's see what we get. Now, we got all of the things that used to be yes or no are now unknown. And why? Because they returned truthy, right? Because they returned a truthy result. And so it went to the truthy value. In this case, the way we wrote it was unknown. Now you could rewrite this differently to be, flip it around essentially. Yeah, and you could make it a not. Yep. Let's do that. I bet if we add a bang there, I bet it'll work. So I think let's do this. Parentheses. Let's see now. Let's flip it and reverse it. All right. Nope. Oh wait, I didn't save it. Bleh. Save. All right. There we go. Yeah, so that works too because we just had to reverse the result. And so now this is looking to say like, hey, if this is not truthy, then return unknown, else return the actual value. Flip them around. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, y'all had it. Y'all had it way before I said it out loud. Got to add the bang. Gotta, yep, either reverse the conditions or negate the question. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with truthy and falsy, this could be like, what? But essentially all this is doing is it's checking to see if the results, if this item is essentially a valid value of some kind, if it's not null, if it's not undefined, if it's not, something that is unreadable, then, then that's truthy. If it's something that's readable in any capacity, essentially, then that's truthy. Those other values, null, undefined, blah, 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 those are considered falsy. And so they would return a false condition in an if statement. Yeah. Made everything undefined for you. Did you add the not? And so we did this extra check. So now that it returns, for each, it either returns yes, no, maybe, or unknown. And then we assign it to the text node and append it in the cell. Yeah. You have the not, lost the null. Okay. Well, here's the statement. So here, I'm just going to drop that in and check it against yours. Check the statement against yours and see what the difference might be. Where's the closing bracket of line 45? It's right here. Because here, I can actually indent this a little better. Sorry. There. Because like right here's my for loop, right? My for loop has an opening and closing bracket. And then my if statement also has an open and close. There you go. Yeah. What are the product numbers again? They're just barcodes. So it's a 12-digit American UPC barcode. You should be able to find them on most name. I would suggest if you're trying your own products, I would suggest looking for name brand products. I don't know where you're at in the world, but the US barcodes are 12 digits. I know that this API does support barcodes of other digits as well. So you could make it fit your country if they have a different length. Dakota, bye Dakota. Thanks for coming. Yeah, and like I said, the app is working now. So we're really just doing we're doing cosmetic stuff at this point, right? It's functioning. So thanks for sticking around for the whole thing. We're just doing the final cosmetic touches. But yeah, thanks for coming. Okay, and Born, maybe we're like I said, we're almost done. So maybe after we do the final push, you can check the GitHub code and see what might be missing there. The only last thing I want to do is some conditional formatting on the table here to turn items a certain color depending on whether they're yes, no, or yes, no, maybe unknown. Okay. Bye, Pseudomated. Sullivan, we're basically done. The last thing we need to do is just turn some colors. That's all we're doing, Sullivan. So, I mean, you could always check just grab the remainder from GitHub in the morning if you got to go to bed. Totally fine. No problem at all. All right. So switch. Somebody mentioned switch. We could do a switch statement to do that. Like I said, there's a lot of different ways you could do this. I'll show you the way I did it, and you can think about what you might like to do. In this case, I don't know that a switch statement is necessary, just because we don't have that many options. We only really have. I basically just want to turn something red if it's no. Right. So like red if it's no, yellow if it's unknown or maybe. There's really only two options. So for that, I think I can just use a regular if statement. So I can just put that here. We just say if veg status is no, then we're essentially just going to say turn item yellow. Oops, sorry, turn item red. And then else if veg status is unknown, or if veg status is maybe, because we saw there's a couple like that as well too, right? Like that flavoring line I want that to be yellow as well. You could add green for yes, well, Tabara. In this case, I don't know that we want to. I think that might be a little bit too visually like intense to have all those green lines. When really what I'm looking for, me personally, I mean, this is the way I would be using this app, or I will be using this app, is to quickly scan for non-vegetarian ingredients. I'm going to assume that most of them are going to be the kind of products I'm looking at. I'm going to assume that most of them are going to be vegetarian, but there might be that one little ingredient in there that's going to pop out and be red. And I just want that to be very clear. But again, you could turn these green if you want. I just think it might be a little visually busy to do that. But hey, your app, you can do whatever you feel like it. All right, and so then for those, then we want to say turn items yellow. So and yeah, you could add an additional statement here to say, and then else, turn item green, right? If you can make the red strobe aggressively. Hey, you want to add animations in there? You be my guest. Okay, so I think maybe I'm going to turn yellow just because the flavoring could honestly be either way. I think that's a personal choice. Like, you don't know what, it's your choice whether you want to accept, whether that flavoring is vegetarian or not, especially if they're not going to be specific about it. Okay, so how do we change the background of our cell? So essentially, all we need to do is we need to create a class that has that coloring set up. We need to create a CSS class that has that coloring in place, and then just apply it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and write the JavaScript statement to do that, as if the class already existed. So we can say new v cell dot class list dot add. What that's going to do is it's going to go into that HTML element and it's going to add a class. If there's one already there, it'll add it to it. But in this case, we don't have any classes on our cells right now. We just created them, right? So we're going to add a class, and it's going to be called non-veg item. Okay. How does the app know if something is veg? That's built into the API, which is super cool. So if you go into this API and you look at the object that you get back, go into the ingredients list. And inside the ingredients list, there's a property that's set to yes or no for vegetarian and vegan. So if you want to make a vegan version of this, just change out the vegetarian tag for vegan. Yeah, and there's all sorts of other properties too. So you can get your macronutrients, carbohydrates and all that stuff. You could pull those out of here. I mean, this is just the reason I'm going to be using this app. But if you have other uses, go for it. Grab allergens or vegan or ingredients or macronutrients or whatever you want. Yeah. So yep, well Tabara, yep. We can even add class list, and yeah, Warzone, it's not hard coded, it's in the app. API. Can somebody drop that link in the chat? They'll drop the link for you, and you can check it out. And I'm going to share the GitHub for this as well, so you can always get the URL from the GitHub as well. Okay, so we are adding a new class, and then down here, if the item it needs to be yellow, we're going to add a new class for that as well, and we're going to call it unknown maybe item. I know that's a long class name, but whatever. All right, so we've created the classes, right? We've created the classes, and now we just need to drop them into our CSS. So my first one was called non-veg item. And that's a class, so I just put the dot. For classes, we use dot notation, right? And for that, very simple styling. I just need to put my background color as red. Background color is red. And then unknown item, or wait, what was it? What did I call it? I didn't call it unknown. I call it unknown maybe item. Yeah. Copy that. Unknown maybe item. Background color is going to be yellow. Yeah. Boop. Okay. Brightsider, yeah, thanks for coming. Yeah, you got all the important stuff. Like I said, we're just doing cosmetics now. We're wrapping up. Yeah. Okay, so we've got our classes set up. So now, as this loops through, if it encounters a no value or an unknown value or a maybe item, it's going to tack this class directly onto the table element. And I'll show you that when we go into the HTML. So let's run it. We can tack that on there, and it's going to apply the styling as needed. So let's pull up our soup again. Get value. Yeah. All right, look at that. Check it. We got some styles. Woo. And so now let's look at the HTML and we'll see what's happening here. Boop, 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 a doop. Boop, a doop, boop, boop, a doo. Okay, so let's look at our table. Ah, stop. All right, table. Ooh, colors. Beef equals unknown. I know. That's my favorite part. I love this. Ah, this is not my soup. This is some soup that my dad left here the last time he was here. So I think I get a kick out of it. It's like unknown beef. Okay, so let's look at this. So the very first ingredient we should be able to see, let's see, not the header, but the first ingredient. So look, the first cell says beef broth. The second cell now has a class on it when it didn't before. We used our JavaScript to dynamically apply a class to our item. How cool is that? And Harmon, I apologize. I missed your hydrate earlier. I'm going to do that now. Okay. So yeah, we use JavaScript to dynamically apply a class depending on the value of the thing that was in the cell. So how cool is that? I think that's awesome. I just love this. So cool. We can dynamically apply classes and, and style things that way. Makes it so much faster. And so, yeah, you can, for stuff that's just like yes, right? For stuff that has a yes value here, there's no styling applied at all. So the very next one is an unknown. And so it got the unknown maybe item class. Yeah. So peachy keen. And yeah, feel free to try your own stuff. Modify this to fit your country. If your country's barcodes have different values, just dig around in the API and see what else you want to pull out. The modified stew food starch cancels out the beef. Yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows? Who knows what's actually in it? Yeah, I totally feel you. Yep, you definitely coming back and watching this again. But before we end for the night, we're basically done, right? So when we're done, we want to push our code up to GitHub to the repo, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Regarding resetting the table, could you not? Yeah, this table deletion could probably be improved. And somebody mentioned a while loop. You could do a while loop. Table ref dot slice one dot delete. I think you still need some kind of a loop, whether that's a while loop or whatever. Just because it's only going to run once, right? You want it to keep running and redeleting the slice each time. I think, there is a built-in method that's literally delete row, right? So I do kind of want to use that rather than trying to like force an array method on it. But I think you do need some kind of a loop, right? Yeah, and exactly. Piece of shoot. Yeah, right. You table ref dot rows dot length greater than 1, and then do your delete. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so let's do our commit and push. All right. This is small. I'm sorry. Oh wait, I can zoom in. Here we go. All right, can you guys see this okay? This is my git bash. Oh, good, Born. Yeah, rad. Way to go. Okay, awesome. Cool, glad you can see it. All right, so let's just do our push. So I'm gonna go ahead and git add. Oh, did I save? Yeah, I did save. Okay, cool. And two, I really like that VS Code shows you like when you haven't committed, in a while. And you can clearly see, so I'm on a specific branch here. I created a demo branch because my main code is on a different branch. Not that it matters. They're both going to match anyway. But it's in I'm in my documents folder. So I've already navigated to the appropriate place and I'm on the right branch. So I'm going to say git add, stage the files. Yeah, it gives you that little warning. That's okay. And I'm going to say git commit -m. And so this is where, I can put my message here rather than having to go into Vim or whatever. So I'm going to say completed code at end of demo. Okay. And I can go ahead and commit that. Oh, Gabby, hi. Good to have you. I'm glad you stumbled on us today. Yeah, feel free to catch future streams. We have a lot of fun. We build fun stuff while we're learning. We're all learning together. All right. So we're going to go ahead and commit this. All right. So we can see that 2 files were changed, and that's my CSS and my JavaScript. So 29 insertions, 12 deletions, sure, whatever. So that's committed now. Now the last thing I need to do is I just need to push it. So just git push. Get pushed because I already set like I already set the repo that I'm pushing it to, so it already knows where to push it. And also too, so let's remember what's happening here. So add is staging the files. So it's staging this add dot is staging all the files, getting them ready to commit. And then committing is putting them in my local repository. So on my machine, I haven't put them up to GitHub yet. So with this push is now this is when we're actually pushing them up to the demo branch in GitHub. Okay. Git push. All right. There we go. Now we can check it. Let's go up to GitHub. I haven't tried the amend yet. I need to go back and watch Rufio's stream. I want to watch Rufio's stream to make sure I'm going to do that right. I haven't tried it yet. Because they know more about GitHub than I do. So I want to I want to use their supreme authority on GitHub and follow along with them. Okay, so let's look. So we can see demo. My demo branch had recent pushes less than a minute ago. So let's refresh this here. Let's see. There. All right, look at that. Look at that. Demo had recent pushes. And we can see, look, there's my commit message, right? Completed code at end of demo. Now, my index still has the original message because I didn't make any changes. So it didn't need to be repushed. Okay? Don't worry about it, Gabby. They're just we're building a product checker. It's nothing weird. We're building a product checker, and for some reason, all the barcodes that I got all involved soup. So it's all my barcodes involved soup, and so we were trading soup puns. And so I'm wondering, Gabby, if you have any good soup puns to share, feel free to share them. We're sharing soup puns. But yeah, so we can see, look, my commits. My latest commits are here because that's where we made changes. And so it's all there now. Yeah. So I should be able to share this link with you straight to the demo branch. Okay, there you go. You should be able to get it from there. And you can, again, if you haven't used GitHub before, just click in and you can see the code. It's all there. And check it against yours. Hey. Now, I don't want to merge this. I want to keep this branch separate. I have 2 branches. I have a master and a demo. And I want to keep them separate. And anyway, there's no need for me to merge them anyway. I don't have to. There's no need for me to merge them anyway because essentially they're the same. Chemo. I think that one might win. I feel like we've made a lot of progresso tonight. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, get blame. Yeah, that's a fun one. So actually, if we click into this, look at that. There's a blame button. Check it. Blame. I love that. Yeah. Okay, so we're basically done. Anybody have any more? Let's see. Wait, Frododo, I can't figure out why my colors won't change. Did you set up the CSS classes? Did you actually go in back into your CSS and set those up? You can set them up in JavaScript, but you also have to set up your CSS classes. This is the demo branch. Yep. Yeah. I mean, they're essentially the same. My master is now matches my demo just because we just built the thing. But yeah, yeah, just take a look at the GitHub code, I guess, for Dodo and see if you can find spot the difference. Pow, that's a good one. Why not broth? Oh boy. Joey, not sure what you posted, what you pasted there. I thought maybe you were a bot. Whoa. I'm not going to click on that. Sorry. Sorry, not clicking on random links unless I know what they are. Hey, good night. Good night. I'm happy to stick around for a little bit for any questions. We can go ahead and also do a raid too. We got a fair number of viewers still in here, so I'd like to help somebody out. So feel free to stick around for the raid if you want. I don't know who we're going to raid. Oh, print screen. Okay, image hosting service. Okay, cool. Short for okay. Oh, Joey. Yeah, good call. Piece. Piece of shoot. Yeah, make sure that your barcodes are 12 digits. Your cats have found the local raccoon. Oh my goodness. Your cats have found the local raccoons. I don't know what that means exactly, but it probably doesn't sound good. So bye. Okay. All right. Let's figure out somebody to raid. Raid. Hang on. 1 second. I gotta open a different window because of the way my thing is set up. Sorry. I gotta open a window to actually pull up the raid controls. Hang on. 2 seconds. Oh my gosh, Belzebaba, thank you. Oh my gosh, Belzebaba, thank you. Oh my gosh, Belzebaba. Sorry about that. It's echo. I had to pull up a different control in another window, and it started creating an infinite loop. But thank you very much, much appreciated. IRL loop. I know it's an infinite loop. Don't do it. All right, I'm getting up raid controls. Stream manager. All right, raid. Here we go. Let's see. We've got. Anybody have any suggestions? I see one person that I follow, Time Enjoyed. They are on now. If you have any suggestions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and raid them. Oh, Monarch, good. Thank you. Glad you had a fun time. Yeah, and Leon is doing a power hour tomorrow. Leon, I don't think Leon's online right now. Wake him up. I don't think he'd appreciate that. Hang on. Let's see if they're on. Whistleface is music. Okay. You do them. He's a house music producer. Okay, sure. Do them. All right. Gonna go ahead and start the raid. Should start here shortly. It takes a minute to get everybody synced up. Okay, we're going to go ahead and raid now. Have a great evening, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow for the power hour. Bye-bye.